The Honorable Riza Ontiveros will lead us in prayer.
Ilagay po natin ang Lagay po natin ang ating mga sarili sa presensya ng Panginoon. Sa ngalan ng Ama at ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. O Panginoon, sa unang pagdinig po pong ito ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, hayaan niyo po na kaming lahat sa pamumuno ng aming tagapangulo ay makapag-alam sa mga bagay ng katotohanan na dapat namin ipaalam sa aming mga kababayan upang higit na maging mahusay at mapagtugon ang paglilingkod ng buong pamahalaan sa inyong sambayan.
amplifier to, no?
Mic test mic.
Importation, I asked for the import plan. I also asked who will be accredited, and an answer to our query if the PITC may import on behalf of industrial and for home consumption sugars. And finally, if we may be given a draft sugar order for their proposed 300,000 metric tons new round of importation. On the following day, 5 August, Friday, at around 2:55 p.m., my office received a draft sugar order from then SRA Administrator Serafica. And few hours thereafter, we received the recommendation, a memo containing the recommendation to import that 300,000 metric tons of sugar, this time coming from Senior Undersecretary Leo Sebastian. On 7 August, which is a Sunday, at around 2:57 p.m., I received a text message from Senior USEC Leo Sebastian. And the message contains, and I quote, "Good afternoon, ES Vic. Any instruction from the President after his meeting with SINAG on sugar and on fertilizer for farmers? Thanks." I purposely did not answer him dahil wala pa pong tugon ang Pangulo sa tatlong bagay na ito. On August 8, Monday, at around 7:06 p.m., I received again another message from USEC Leo Sebastian, and I quote, "Good evening, ES Vic. Any decision by the President on the additional fertilizer funding for rice? Thanks."
Recording is on.
Again, I purposely did not respond because these are the matters that are still on the table of the acting Secretary of the Department of Agriculture that we have yet to act upon and that he has yet to decide on. On 10 August, Wednesday, after the meeting in the State Dining Room of Malacanang, we learned that the SRA, through USEC Leo Sebastian, passed a resolution approving sugar order number 4 without submitting to us the following: the import plan, which should be the precursor for any sugar order to be issued. No knowledge of the acting secretary, His Excellency Ferdinand Marcos Jr., and without even convening. He proceeded to my office. This was late afternoon to early evening. And there was Senior USEC Sebastian, DTI Secretary Fred Pascual, and PITC President Molly Chong. They were there because even before the discussion on sugar order number 4, we were heavy discussing on the possible source or sources for urea 4600 or 46 for the fertilizer. I confronted USEC Leo Sebastian and asked him why he did such a thing behind the President's back, without the President's knowledge, and in an unfair and dishonorable way. I asked him to call then SRA Administrator Serafica and Board Member Beltran and ask them, and likewise ask them the same thing, where I asked USEC Leo to put both of them on speakerphone. At yun din po ang nakuha kong sagot mula kay then Administrator Serafica. Ang sagot po niya sa akin, ang naging tugon niya, akala ko po kasi okay na, sabi ni USEC Leo. Ganon din ho yung sagot ni Board Member Beltran at ganon din ang sagot ni Senior USEC Leo Sebastian. On August 11, Thursday, I and the President had a meeting with the FIAP or the Fertilizer Industry Association of the Philippines regarding fertilizer. And also on the same day, arranged a meeting with the Philippine Chamber of Food Manufacturers Incorporated. And when I went back to my office, I had a visitor who came in unannounced and without any appointment, and he is none other than then Administrator Serafika, where he asked me if it's okay if he may submit his resignation to me. I told him, you just have to do what you think is right under the circumstance. And do not shift the burden on me or to us, because you didn't even give us the courtesy of asking whether we should pass the SO4 or not. And also on the same day, I received a letter from Senior Yusek Sebastian on his request to be relieved of his duties as COS and Senior Undersecretary. 12 August, Friday, it was the oath-taking of the newly designated BARM officials. And I had a chance to see the Senate President in Malacanang, and I took the opportunity to ask him if he is free after the oath-taking so I can discuss with him matters relating to the sugar industry. And he readily and graciously heeded my request. And it is also on this day, Your Honors, 12 August, Friday, that Senate President Zubiri was able to source sugar from industry, from the planters, from the industry producers. And I really begged in front of the good Senate President, if they can help the government, they can help the President, they can help the Filipino people, the consumers, if we can sell it at 80 pesos per kilo. And readily, the good Mr. Lance Gokongwei readily agreed, together with Victoria's Milling Corporation, as well as Lucio and Vincent Co. and SM Group of stores or groceries. On August 15, Monday, we had our meeting with the Philippine Chamber of Food Manufacturers Incorporated, again in Malacanang, and it was manifested by His Excellency President Marcos that it is his desire that we ensure sufficient supply and make their plants run in full capacity. Because during the meeting, we were told, Your Honors, that some of them, their plants are running only in its 40% capacity dahil wala na raw pong Butler grade refined sugar. And it was also on that meeting that the President instructed me to determine the balance and the type of sugar to be imported if and when we're going to pass sugar order soon. On 17 August, Wednesday, we met with a group of sugar planters and sugar producers. And 20 August, Saturday, we were able to finalize the plan to sell more or less 3 million kilos of sugar. And when I told the President that the pledges amounted to more or less 3 million kilos, ang sabi ho ng Pangulo, magkano natin ibibenta? Ang sabi ko sa kanya, Mr. President, nakumbinsi po natin sila na ibenta natin ng 80. Sabi niya, okay, yes, nakiusap ka na lang din naman. Tanong mo, baka pwede pa natin pakiusapan ibenta ng 70. Para naman nang sa ganoon, hindi na mahirapan at mabawasan natin yung paghihirap ng ating mga kababayan dahil sa patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng asukal. At tumawag po ako kay Ginoong Gokongwei, kay Ginoong Vincent Co. sa Victoria's Milling at ganun din po sa SM Stores. And readily they said, sige, tutulong na lang din kami. Pumayag po sila na ibenta ito ng 70. I told them, just take this as another form of private-public partnership. Tulungan natin hindi ang Pangulo, kundi yung ating mga overburdened na consumers. And kahapon po, August 22, Monday, His Excellency, President Ferdinand Marcos, administered the oath to the new SRA board. He also had his first meeting with the new board at ang mga naresolba po ay muli nilang pag-uusapan yung pagpasa po ng SO1, yung classification of sugar for the incoming crop year, at ang pagpasa po ng SO2 for the importation of more or less 150,000 metric tons of sugar. Ang hatian po dito, 75,000 metric tons for industrial at 75,000 metric tons for home consumption. Your Honors, these are the events that transpired as far as my knowledge and participation are concerned. And in closing, Your Honors, there is nothing more important than food security. Its availability to the most ordinary Filipino and ensure food price stability to achieve our goal na walang Pilipinong nagugutom. Na kapag napabayaan at pinabayaan po nating lahat, ay maaring magdulot ng social unrest. Yun lamang po, magandang umaga at maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Executive Secretary. As agreed upon, we will be dispensing with your presence now because of the impending cabinet meeting. But as mentioned by the chair minutes ago, in case the majority of the members of the committee will recall your presence, we will be inviting you again. The committee secretariat is directed to produce the transcripts of the good executive secretary, which is under oath, and to provide the members of this committee with copies of the same, preferably before the end of the day. The Sergeant at Arms is directed to escort the good executive secretary to the parking lot unless the Senate President would like to suspend and approach and make a statement.
Maybe I can just make an official statement because he mentioned my name during our meetings in Malacanang. Your Honor, may I? Just for 2
Proceed,
minutes
sir.
before I come up with my opening statement. I would like to take this opportunity. No, nagpapasalamat po ako sa Executive Secretary. Totoo po yung sinabi niya dahil sa concern niya po sa industriya at sa ating mga magsasaka. Siya ay nagpatawag na isang meeting kung paano natin ma-resolve itong issue ito. And I would like to take this opportunity that he has been on top of the situation in terms of not only bringing down cheap prices of sugar to cheaply priced sugar to our markets. And it is being done as we speak. Pag pumunta po tayo sa SM, SNR, and all, it's already down to 70 pesos and per kilo of refined sugar. Para yan sa sinabi nga ni Senator Joel Villanueva, para sa mga turon at banana queue operators, so banana glazed, ito yung MSMEs, kaya napapasalamat po ang taong bayan. And also, I would like to acknowledge the fact that they have been leading, no? The Executive Secretary has been leading the raids that are being done now all over Metro Manila and Mega Manila, in Bulacan, in Pampanga, in Quezon City, where we've already discovered hundreds of thousands of metric tons of hoarded sugar. Sila po yan. He gives me the reports. I share it with my dear colleagues para makita na action agad. Kaya maraming salamat po, Executive Secretary. I wanted you to hear this before you leave. Nagpapasalamat po on behalf of the industry at ng mga farmers sa mga ginagawang hakbang ng ating Pangulo through your office.
Thank you, Senate President. Would the Executive Secretary, do you have a reply, or I think you're turning on your mic?
I would just like to convey my gratitude to the good Senate President. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator De La Rosa would like to say something.
yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Before the Executive Secretary leaves this room, just would like to thank you, to thank the good Executive Secretary for coming over. At sana, sir, yung mga nahuli yung hoarder sa tuluyan na ninyong kasuhan. May dapat kasuhan doon. Yung mga raids na ginawa ninyo, people are waiting kung meron talagang makakasuhan nitong mga hoarders na ito at price manipulators. Maraming salamat, sir, sa inyong mga ginagawa. Thank you po.
Mr. Chairman.
The good assistant minority leader is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Bago lang pong umalis si ES, nais ko rin pong magpasalamat kay ES Rodriguez Sir, sa inyong pag-amin sa Blue Ribbon Committee, na natanggap nyo na nga po ng mas maaga yung draft po ng Sugar Order number 4. Palagay ko, Mr. Chair, importanteng i-note ito as we move forward para klaruhin nga yung nangyari sa sugar fiasco na ito. Fiasco po na para sa akin importante, yan din po ang paglalarawan ni ES sa mga kaganapang ito. Salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros.
Mr. Chairman.
I hear something. I hear a voice from Cagayan de Oro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Are you virtually present, sir? Because we are using blue jeans. Yes, we can see you.
Yes, and that's right, Mr. Chairman, this early, I want to inform the Executive Secretary that I might be needing him again in the next hearing because I barely heard what his testimony because my problems with blue jeans, Mr. Chairman. So it's not really my fault. I logged in early 9 or 9:02, but blue jeans kept on muting me and did not give me an image. So I barely heard the statement of the executive secretary, but I think he has to leave, so we will allow him to leave. But this early, I would like to make my manifestation that in the next hearing, I request the presence of the executive secretary.
We note that, Senator Pimentel, but rest assured that what transpired a while ago, the technical glitch, was not because of blue jeans. We blame the technical people we have here. Apparently, they're not competent enough to interconnect what should have been interconnected 40 minutes before the hearing. So we apologize for that, but I have already instructed the committee secretariat to provide you with the transcripts before the end of the day, Senator Pimentel.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. But if there are technicalities, we don't concern ourselves anymore with the technicalities. Para sa aming gumagamit ng platform, it is the fault of the platform from our point of view. So let us make the platform work, especially with a nice name like Blue Jeans for the Blue Ribbon Committee. So napakaganda na.
I probably would disagree with that because the technical lady here in front of me forgot to click the audio button. It is only when my staff approach her that it was turned on. Of course, they will deny that. But nung binuksan na, umandar na. So, we apologize again for that. That's on the record. You will have the transcripts before the end of the day. And as I have mentioned a while ago, if there is a need, as agreed upon by the majority, that a good executive secretary will be recalled, so be it. Any complied? Any other members? Perhaps we can now dispense with the presence of the good executive secretary. Salamat po. Yung ibang titistigo, natakot, nagkasakit, may medical certificate, kayo nandito. You can be escorted outside by the USAA. Thank you, Executive Secretary Rodriguez.
Maraming salamat at magandang umaga po muli.
May we now ask the good sponsor, the one who made the privilege speech, to make a statement. Thereafter, Senator Villar, the co-chair, will be having her opening statement. Thereafter, all senators will have 5 minutes to do the first round. The good Senate President is hereby recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman Tolentino, for opening a Blue Ribbon investigation on this unauthorized sugar importation order, which I brought up in my privilege speech last week. Since I gave that speech, the involved SRA officials have stepped down from their positions and given way for proper investigations this matter. I commend the quick action of the Office of the President on accepting the resignation. But of course, the deed has already been done, and we must get to the bottom of this fiasco. Why, Mr. President and my dear colleagues, why was the President, the concurrent head of the Department of Agriculture, not informed? And how was this released without his approval? Why attempt to import 300,000 metric tons of sugar at all when the SRA data, which I have with me, indicate that there is still a reserve of 127,000 metric tons of sugar in our warehouses, imported under Sugar Order number 3. And let me remind everyone, my dear colleagues, Mr. Chairman, That importation took place after 2 regional trial courts. And I know the good chairman is a stickler for rules and legalities. When 2 regional trial courts in Negros Occidental issued a temporary restraining order against sugar order number 3. And yet, they continued to import. The Sugar Regulatory Administration has, time and time again, defaulted to importation as a primary solution to our sugar problems and to the detriment of our almost 100,000 small and marginalized farmers. Not to mention the 800,000 laborers involved in the sugar production and almost 4 million dependents. So I hope that the SRA has answers to our pressing questions. The joke is, during the last administration of the department, it was no longer called the Department of Agriculture but the Department of Importation. Kasi import na lang ng import. Pag may kulang sa isda, import. Kulang na manok, import. Imbis na tignan natin kung ano ang pangangailangan ng ating mga magsasaka para tulungan sila. Because food security is not only being able to have low-cost food available to the people, but it is also food self-sufficiency. Kasi kung nagkagera na sa buong mundo hindi tayo maka-import, di gutom tayo. We are not self-sufficient in feeding our people. As I have always said, Mr. President, I'm not totally against importation, and I mentioned this in our speech. I understand that local sugar production has been hit hard by a 1, 2, 3 punch of a pandemic, rising costs of inputs, and natural disasters like Agapon and Audit that hit the Visayas recently. I know that we will need to import some sugar to meet the demand that local supply cannot cover. Tama po yan. Agree po tayo dyan. But we must not import more than what we need. We must not favor importation over local production. And we must not import through such underhanded, unauthorized means as what almost happened with sugar order number 4. Dapat matigil na po yung mga ganitong klaseng mga dealings of government officials and in government offices. We just came out from a very controversial investigation on PSDBM in all these purchases of PPEs and other equipment during the pandemic, and now even laptops that are defective. Thankfully, ladies and gentlemen, we have a president who believes in the need to temper importation and balance the interest of our farmers as well. Finally po. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking forward to the hearings, and as I mentioned earlier, I laud the efforts before I end my opening statement. We laud the efforts of the quick action of the Executive Secretary against the illegal SO4 order and continued problem solving on the sugar industry's woes and supply-demand issues. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking forward to hearing the facts behind this release order, taking the necessary action that it never happens again. Further, I hope that we can come out with these hearings with a better understanding on how to go about importation programs in a way that will not step on our local farmers. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat sa ating committee.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. My apologies to some of our colleagues. I forgot to acknowledge the physical presence of Senator Raffy Tulfo. Sir, good morning and welcome. And likewise, Senator Cynthia Villar, virtually present. And likewise, Senator J.B. Ejercito. My apologies again. May we now request Senator Villar, the co-chair, to have her opening statement. But prior to that, may we have other witnesses present from the SRA? Is former Undersecretary Sebastian present? You can be seated. Before we administer your oath, we will have Senator Villar. Who else? Mr. Antes and Mr. C. What about Board Member Valderrama and Board Member Serafica? Are they around or are they virtually present? Kayo ba yun nasa baba? Na Valderrama. What about Mr. Serafica? Valderrama is present. I think Mr. Serafica is in the hospital. So,
Mr. Chair, good morning.
We will have first the opening statement of the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture. Senator Villar, you're recognized. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to report on the Sugar Industry Development Fund, or law, which implementation should have prevented this problem. I want to inform the people that we passed RA 10659, or the Sugar Industry Development Act of 2015, an act promoting and supporting the competitiveness of the sugar industry and for other purpose. The purpose of which is to develop the competitiveness of the sugar industry, that means produce more sugar at a lower cost, enacted on April 15, 2015. Our SRA, or the Sugar Regulatory Administration, was given $2 billion per year to be spent for the following: 15% for grants to black farms under the Black Farm Program. Black farms are the organization of small farms of land reform beneficiaries for economies of scale. 15% for socialized credit under the Farm Support and Farm Mechanization Program, and farm inputs to be done by the Land Bank of the Philippines. 15% for research and development, capability building, and technology transfer activities under Research and Development, Extension Services, Human Resource Development, and Farm Support Programs, better seedling, better practices against disaster and climate change, training on farm school. I wish to inform you that as of today, since 2015, no single farm school for sugar was established. And 5% for scholarship grants to be provided to SUCs, to be provided by SUCs, ATI, and TESDA. And 50% for infrastructure support program, including farm-to-mill roads, irrigation, and ports. SRA failed to implement. The SRA budget was cut to 1.5 billion in 2017, 1 billion in 2018, and only 500 million in 2019. And I, as chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture and Food, led the Senate inquiry into the implementation of this Sugarcane Industry Development Act and raised alarm over the reduction of the SUDA budget from 2 billion in 2016 to 500 million in 2019 due to the Sugar Regulatory Administration's failure to implement the law. I asked SRA Administrator Serafica to put in place reforms that will make sure sugar farmers will benefit from the programs under the law. This was covered by Senate Resolution 804, dated July 2018, and Senate Resolution number 14, dated July 29, 2019. I told SRA not to ever underspend because the DBM will cut your budget because you are not able to use it. And in the Sugar Regulatory Administration Annual Audit Report 2020 by COA, it was reported that out of the total fund transfer amounting to 547 million made by SRA to PITC for procurement of various equipment, only 245 million or 40% was utilized or liquidated as of December 31, 2020, leaving a balance of almost 300 million unspent. SRA parked with the Philippine International Trading Corporation, a trading firm under the Department of Trade and Industry, probably to make it appear that their funds had already been obligated. The procurement transaction by PITC for SRA that has been delayed as long as 2 years. We know very well that we investigated PITC as the parking lot of budget which they don't intend to implement anyway. And so, from the time the MOA, anyway, so in addition to the SIDA law, the sugar industry can also benefit from ASEF. ASEF is ASEP is the law we passed in 2016, that is RA 1048, which is the Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund from agri-tariff collection other than rice, which will be implemented from 2016 to 2022. Under the law, 80% will be implemented by Land Bank for loan to production, post-harvest, and processing facilities, with 5 million maximum for co-op and 1 million maximum for individuals. And 10% will go to SUCs for research and development, commercialization, and establishment of research facilities, and 10% to CHED for scholarship for agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and veterinary medicine. So, why is the SRA so efficient about importation when they are very inefficient in the implementation of the Sugar Industry Development Act of 2015 and not using the Agriculture Competitiveness Enhancement Fund to help the sugar farmers? And in addition, the report of inventory and shortage from SRA is very difficult to understand. So I think it is being manipulated to allow importation. We should be able, after this hearing, to fix how we will do the inventory control of sugar, so we will be able to control the importation of sugar, because based on what they submitted to us, the shortage in raw sugar is only 20,000 metric tons, and we have imported 200,000 metric tons before. So why is there a shortage of sugar? Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman, and I hope this knowledge will help us solve our problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ontiveros, recognized. With the indulgence of Senator Villar.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman. I thought that the
Senator Villar
co-chair
still has the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I thought that the good co-chair had finished with her opening statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Villar,
Mr.
please
Chairman,
proceed.
I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator
Mr.
Villar.
Chairman.
We'd like to acknowledge first the physical presence of Senator Robin Padilla, as well as the virtual presence of Senator Amy Marcos and Senator Bong Revilla. Senator Ontiveros,
Thank
you're
you.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with the indulgence of the chair, thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me also to make a few remarks this morning. Like you, Mr. Chair, and like the Senate President, it is my wish that we get to the bottom of this important issue. Importation is always a complex and politically fraught issue. How do we protect our local sugar producers, already struggling with the high prices of urea dahil sa gera sa Ukraine, while keeping the price of sugar accessible for ordinary consumers? Pero bago po natin himayin ang mga nagtutunggaling mga isyong ito, kailangan ulit nating tanungin, ano ba ang nangyari at sumabog itong fiasco, tawag nga ni ES? Are there crossed lines among Malacanang, the DA, and the SRA board? Una, sinasabi ng Malacanang na illegal ang SO4. It was called illegal because it was issued beyond the authority of the entity that issued it. Wala daw authority si dating Yusek Sebastian. But is that true? How can it be illegal when it was the Executive Secretary himself who issued a memorandum dated 15th July 2022 authorizing former Yusek Sebastian to sit as ex officio chairman or member of all duly constituted committees, councils, boards, or bodies where the DA Secretary is a member? Sa nasabing memo, he has the authority to sign administrative issuances. Sabi ni dating Yusek Sebastian, he may have misread the intent of the president. But it is part of presidential prerogatives to supervise and, if needed, override the exercise of delegated powers. Kaya ang tanong ko, bakit hinayaang pumalaot ang SO4? Why was it not immediately brought to the attention of the President by the Executive Secretary that there was a new sugar order meant to bring in 300,000 metric tons of sugar? Nag-meeting na pala sila ng August 4, and the intent to import was already clear then. Sabi ni Sec. Trixie Angeles, wala daw alam si ES sa sugar order number 4. Ang sabi pa nila, nung nalaman daw ni ES yung SO4, pinagbigay alam nila sa Pangulo at di umano naggalit ang Pangulo. But a different version of events has surfaced in various news reports and citizen vlogs. As early as August 5, 2022, a draft of the sugar order number 4 was already submitted to former SRA Administrator Leo Sebastian. In the afternoon of August 5, the DA-OSEC already wrote to the ES and sent him the said draft. At ito yung inamin ni ES kanina, sent him the said draft as well as a memorandum for the President. Ibig sabihin po, alam ni ES na may umiikot na draft order, an order that received support from stakeholders of the sugar industry. Did he mention this at all to his principal? Di ba dapat ang ES pinoprotektahan ang principal, ang Pangulo? Di ba dapat ang ES gatekeeper? Sa totoo lang, this could have been a simple policy debate on the sterile question of, do we need more sugar? Pero bakit may packaging na niloloko ang Pangulo? Bakit pinapalabas na may paglilinlang? Why suggest na first time nyo nadinig na may sugar order number 4 when you were informed and kept in the loop as early as August 5? Panghuli, what did the ES think of the 100,000 metric tons standby stocks requested by the SRA to be imported by PITC? They knew this was a proposal. Was this acted upon? Was this to counter the hoarders? Mr. Chair, this only drives home the point na kailangan na talaga natin ng maayos na liderato sa DA. I hope this is not a portent of things to come. Maglalabas ng order, iaatras ang order, ide-deny na sangkot sa order. Nobody is helped by disorganized leadership. Not industry, not the traders, not the producers, and certainly not the consumers. This was not only about one man misinterpreting intent and acting outside powers. Ultimately, this is the fallout of a messy, haphazard bureaucracy. Huwag na natin i-minimize ang damage na nagawa nito. So, Mr. Chair, on that note, ang dami ko pong gustong tanungin kay ES, and while I do appreciate the fact that he faced the Blue Ribbon Committee, sa tingin ko po ay dapat pa nilang sagutin ang ilang mga nakabinbin pang katanungan. So joining with the manifestation earlier of the minority leader, I respectfully move, Mr. Chair, to recall the good ES to answer questions before this body. I so move, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros, but I think we will have to decide that as a group and as laid down by the chair. The rules would be this. We thank the good senator. First, we will have the opening statement of the chair, the co-chair, and thereafter the members of the committee, if that is part of your opening statement, that has been placed on record. And to have an orderliness in these proceedings, we will have under oath the witnesses present here, and those physically present senators will be given the chance to ask questions. Thereafter, those virtually present will be given the chance to propound questions on a 5-minute time frame. For the second round, the same. Until after we have established all the necessary facts, which we will post in the screen in the succeeding hearings. For instance, if we have established the illegality of SO4, tapos na yon. Pasok naman tayo dun sa ibang issue. If we have established the unauthorized signatures made by Yusek Sebastian, tapos na yon. We will do away with cumulative evidence para mapabilis po tayo. So we, with all due respect to Senator Ontiveros, we will before the end of this proceedings today, we will decide on whether to recall the good executive secretary. As directed, the COMSEC should provide us before the end of the day the transcripts para mabasa na ng lahat. So para makita na yung pangangailangang sagutin ni executive secretary. If the good sponsor of that motion is willing, we will proceed ahead. Or is that motion still on the table?
It is still on the table, Mr.
Who
Chair.
is? Senator De La Rosa.
Yeah, I second the motion of the Assistant Minority Leader, Mr. Chair.
The motion is whether we should recall the executive secretary. In the
Yes,
next hearing.
Mr. Chair, on his available time. Second meeting.
On
May.
the next meeting. What about Senator Estrada?
As long as he's not busy with his work as an executive secretary, I welcome his presence.
Mr. Chair.
Even without reading first the transcript, of course, which you have heard a while ago, the testimony of E.S. Rodriguez. What about...
Point of order, Mr.
Yes,
Chair, if
yes.
I may. This representation made a motion.
Yes.
It was duly seconded
Yes,
by the Vice Chair of the
chair
Blue
is
Ribbon
clarifying.
Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The matter as to the requirement that ES should be recalled. So, are there objections coming from the other senators, duly seconded? The Senate President is in agreement? Without objection, the Blue Ribbon Committee will require the presence of the Executive Secretary during the next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May we na, Senator De La Rosa?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is that an amendment?
No, Mr. Chair. Another. I would like to. I would like to move for the physical presence of former SRA
Yes.
Administrator Terrafica, Mr. Chair.
Before, if you can hold on to your motion, we will again restate the rules of these proceedings. One, all the senators physically present can ask questions direct to the witnesses present here, the resource persons. Thereafter, those virtually present. Those physically present are here, the SRA members, and there is a motion here coming from Senator De La Rosa to require the presence of former board member Serafica, SRA Administrator Serafica, who I believe is online. Administrator Serafica, are you still online?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm online.
Okay, ito yung tanong ni Senator De La Rosa. Sa House, uma-attend ka. Bakit sa Senate ayaw mo umattend? May time
Mr.
pa.
Chair.
Saan po kayo umuwi?
Sa Paranaque po, Mr. Chair, hindi ko talaga na-comply yung revised
We can
health
have the
protocol,
Paranaque Police
Mr.
escort
Chair.
you here. So, are you willing to attend today's hearing para matapos na ho ito dun sa party nyo? Kasi mahirap po yung nasa online kayo, yung mga former colleagues nyo nandito physically present, at sa House po umattend kayo.
Can we show his face? Saan ba yung mukha niya? Ba't hindi natin nakikita mukha niya?
Can you wave, Mr. Serapica? Kumaway kayo. Naka-off po kayo.
Hindi natin alam, baka hindi naman siya yan.
Naka-off po kayo. Nasaan po
I
kayo?
am not Can I be allowed to show my video, Mr. Chair?
Yes. We are waiting for your face.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I got stuck in the traffic light last night from the House, and I could not comply the revised health protocol of the Senate, Mr. Chair.
No, we will conduct an antigen test for you. Just punta ka na lang dito.
Senator Estrada is willing to assist you in having an antigen test. And there is a motion here coming from Senator De La Rosa to require your physical presence before the end of the day. Are you willing to do
shall-
that? Is there a
I shall
second?
comply, Mr. Chair.
Second the motion.
Duly seconded. So the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee directs you to proceed to the second floor of the Senate premises now, since you are just still in Parañaque, which is just a few minutes away. Can you do that?
I will do that, Mr. Chair.
So we expect you to be here before 12 o'clock, Mr. Serapica, and we can dispense with your virtual presence right now. The good committee secretary, can you administer the oath of those present here physically? The General Counsel, sino yung mga nandito? Can you all rise and raise your right hands?
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Thank you.
Thank you. My dear colleagues, present here are former officials of the SRA, some members of the private sector. We have provided you with copies of their sworn statements. And in the order of questioning, I forgot to recognize Senator Angara, Senator Bongo. In the order of questioning, the first to us to take the crack would be Senator De La Rosa. And the persons to be asked would be Yusek Sebastian, Dr. Robin C., Mr. Antes, and if Mr. Attorney Beltran is present, can you wave, sir? Are you around physically? He's the one in the hospital. So the persons I mentioned a while ago will be subject to questioning from the Blue Ribbon Committee members. First to take a crack is Senator De La Rosa. You have 5 minutes, sir, before we suspend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Yusek Sebastian.
Morning, Mr. Senator.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming. And first of all, ako, sabihin ko lang sa'yo, I have no doubt about you. Alam kong nag-research muna ako about you, and I found out na you have a very good track record, service track record. But since you are involved in this fiasco, you have to answer my questions. Is it all right with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, based doon sa sinabi kanina ni Executive Secretary, lahat ng text mo sa kanya regarding na nagpapalo up ka about this yung sugar order number 4 ay wala siyang sagot sa mga text mo. Is that true?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So wala siyang sagot. Now, sinabi niya na ang sagot mo daw sa kanya at saka si Sirapika ay akala ninyo na okay na kay Presidente. Is it true?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct. Ilang taon ka na bang Yusek dyan sa agriculture, Sir Sebastian?
March to the present, Your Honor.
So bago lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, alam mo, sa amin, no, sa pulis at sa military, maraming namamatay sa maling akala. Pag nag-assume ka nag-assume, ay talagang lives are at stake. Pwedeng mamamatay ka sa gira pag nag-assume ka na nag-assume. So, alam niyo yung ginawa niyong assumption is parang ako, kung ako ordinaryong tao, I cannot accept that reason na sabi niyo na pirmahan mo yung sugar order number 4 in behalf of the President or for and in behalf of the President being the Secretary of Agriculture, na pirmahan mo yan dahil sa maling akala. Parang hindi ko matanggap-tanggap yung rason na yan. Meron pa bang mas malaking rason dyan? Aside sa maling akala. People are wondering, people are speculating na meron pang mas mabigat na rason siguro yan. Bakit mo pinirmahan? Hindi lang sa maling akala. Ako, I don't buy that justification. Forgive me for my frankness. Maling akala. I will not buy that explanation. Please give me more satisfying explanation.
Your Honor, I actually have prepared a statement, but it will not allow me to read.
With the permission of
submit
Senator
it.
De La Rosa, is your statement different from your submitted sworn statement?
It summarizes, Your Honor.
It
And,
summarizes your
and put
sworn
this-
statement.
And it put into context the decision, how we arrived on SO4.
Kasi binigyan niyo po kami ng affidavit niyo.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So there is now a second affidavit.
No, this is not. This is more of a statement summarizing more or less,
No,
and
but
putting into context.
That will be converted into a sworn statement because you are under oath right now.
Okay, that's all. That's all.
So
right.
what's the difference between the first affidavit and your second statement?
It only put it into context, Your Honor, the decision, because the affidavit is more of a narrative, Your Honor, of events.
So it supplements.
It supplements, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but before he delivers
And let
his
me- to
opening
answer-
statement, I just would like to get an answer,
Yes, Your
instant answer from my question.
The instant answer, Your Honor, is that starting July or even earlier than that, we are already seeing the rise of price of sugar and also the diminishing supply of domestic sugar, Your Honor. And as an official of the Department of Agriculture, I am monitoring all these developments, and I'm very concerned that prices are going up. And just like in other commodities, prices are going up, and we in the department are being pressured also to do something, Your Honor. So we presented the briefer. We gave the President a briefer mid-July, Your Honor, already alerting of the diminishing supply of sugar and also the rising price of sugar, Your Honor. So SRA indicated in their data that we only have a supply of sugar of up to the end of August. So the private sector were also pushing for more supply of sugar. We have dialogue with them. We consulted the millers, the refiners, and the planters, and they were all unanimous in proposing that we go into 300,000 importation, Your Honor. So these are all documented. The sugar order was not decided in one day. It went through a process of consultation and discussion with many stakeholders. We base it on data, Your Honor. And that the pressure to come up with to supplement the supply, local supply, was really there, Your Honor. So if you can imagine, Your Honor, you're given the authority. I was given the authority under a memorandum last July 15, 2022, which put me in a bind, Your Honor, because if I don't act, I could be reprimanded or something like that. But if I also act, that's also the risk, Your Honor. So I decided that based on that authority and having briefed the President on August 1 during our meeting in Malacanang, as indicated by the Honorable Executive Secretary, and also coming from feedback from the meeting of the Executive Secretary with Administrator Sarapica, Board Member Valderrama, and also the President on August 4, wherein Administrator Sarapica was directed by the President to submit a sugar order, a sugar importation program, which he communicated to me, Your Honor, on August 5. the executive secretary also admitted that it was sent to him directly by Administrator Serapica, and which I also communicated through memorandum to the President, and then with subsequent follow-up, but getting no reply, and considering the urgency of the situation on sugar, which we now feel, Your Honor, because you see, Your Honor, even if we approve sugar order number 4, now it will take us at least 1 month before the supply will arrive at the earliest, Your Honor. So all those situations, Your Honor.
Yusek, I think you're now lecturing Senator De La Rosa. Ang tinatanong lang niya, yes or no, and then thereafter you proceed with your supplemental affidavit. Para ano tayo, concise. Maliligaw tayo nito, maliligaw tayo.
Yes, I would like to restate my question, Yusek, no? Sabi mo, authorize ka, pumirma. Therefore, kina-counter mo yung... but before I ipagpatuloy ko yun, I would like to express my appreciation sa yung ginawa that you voluntarily resign from your post. That was a very gentlemanly act coming from you. But just to get to the bottom of this, please answer my question. Parang lumalabas sa sinasabi mo na you are authorized. Therefore, you are contradicting the statement of Malacanang that sugar order number 4 is illegal. You are not authorized to sign according to them?
As per the July 15, 2022 memorandum from the Executive Secretary, as authorized by the President, Your Honor, it is very clear, if I may read, and I think that was also cited by the Honorable Risa Ontiveros.
Yusek, no need for that. We have copies of that. That has been all over. Yes or no yung tanong, and then thereafter yung supplemental affidavit mo na meron kang gustong i-clarify.
That is the basis of my signing, Your Honor.
So you mean to say you have the authority to sign sugar order number 4? Yes or no?
With good conscience, Your Honor, that was my basis in signing. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think, Senator De La Rosa, your 5 minutes is now 10 minutes. Senator Estrada will...
I think my 5 minutes, Your Honor, was, Mr. Chairman, is for questioning, not including the answer. The answer was very long. Can I be given...
you are arguing with me.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I
I just would like to yield to Senator Jingo Estrada.
Yes, thank you.
Just a follow-up question in relation to the line of questioning of Senator De La Rosa. Mr. Sebastian, did you talk or approach the President before you signed SO number 4?
I did not have that chance, Your Honor.
Did you not even call him or make an appointment with the President before you signed SO4? Because I have this document, SO number 4. You signed, your signature appears, you signed above the name of the President.
I signed for the Secretary of Agriculture, Your Honor, who is
Yes.
also the chair of SRA.
You signed in behalf of the Secretary of Agriculture, which is the President himself. Am I correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Why did you not ask permission from the President?
I base it on the authority that was given to me in good faith, Your Honor.
Authority given to you by whom?
By that memo on July 15,
By the Executive Secretary?
2022.
By the Executive
Secretary as authorized by the President.
Yes. Did you
Your
talk to the Executive Secretary before signing this in behalf of the President?
I sent the memorandum on August 5, Your Honor, and as also mentioned by the Executive Secretary, I texted him on a Sunday of that the following Sunday.
So he did not reply. Am I correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
He did not reply, but you still signed it
In my
without
affidavit,
any permission coming from the President himself.
that is correct, Your Honor. In my affidavit,
You
I
shouldn't have
stated-
signed. The
Your
SO
Honor,
number 4 without without the approval of the president.
there is also in that memorandum, Your Honor, that whatever I do can be considered regular unless disapproved or approbated by the President, Your Honor. And that is exactly what the President did when I informed him personally on August 10, 2022, Your Honor, when I reported to him that we have approved the 300,000 metric tons importation for sugar, and he disapproved that my action, Your Honor, and also the importation. So I immediately conveyed that to Administrator Sarapica, and Administrator Sarapica also did revoke or remove the publication of that special order, sugar order number 4, Your Honor.
But I still believe that you should have asked for the clearance of the president, because your authority to act as chairman of the board emanated from the president. Am I correct?
I was acting in good faith and because of the urgency of the matter, Your Honor. But with full sense also, Your Honor, that it can be disapproved and reprobated by the president.
Senator Estrada, with just a 1 minute direction from the chair. Will the good committee secretary provide all the 5 members in this elevated platform, the thick folders? Because I see now a lot of staff members are having that thick folders that should be provided to the members of this committee. Dapat bigyan din kami rito. Ito yung tinatanong ni Senator Estrada, wala kaming kopya. Can you provide us with 5 more copies here, including the Senate President? Yung mga senator sa baba, bigyan nyo rin. Pero kami, walang kopya dito. Senator Estrada, you still have the floor.
I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Estrada. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I will again reiterate the firing order. After Senator De La Rosa, the Senate President will be propounding a few questions directed to Yusek Sebastian. Thereafter, it's the turn of Senator Estrada. Tapos na siya. Not yet. That was just an interjection. And then we go to Senator Tulfo, and then Senator Robin Padilla, and the Minority Leader. Will that suffice the impending query of Senator Hontiveros, or
Mr. Chair, when will this representation be able to propound questions?
after the Senate President? That's the second
Thank you,
round that
Mr.
I
Chair.
mentioned. So ulitin ko po, Senator De La Rosa, are you done? So may we recognize now the Senate President?
Maraming salamat po, our dear Chairperson, Senator Tolentino. We are conducting this hearing to see if we have any malfeasance, usurpation of authority, or what have you, illegal acts identified under the Graft and Corrupt Practices Law, Mr. Chairman, particularly on this issue on SO4. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, first of all, at the onset of my statement, say that Yusek Sebastian is a well-respected member of the agri community. I just came from Los Baños celebrating the 100 years of UP Ranchers Club. Ako po ay member ng rodeo team dyan. At lahat ng kausap ko po doon, kaibigan niya po, si Yusek Sebastian, has nothing but high praise for the gentleman. So I feel that the conduct of the Yusek on this particular issue was not his and his alone. That's why my question, Your Honors, is sino po talaga umudyok sa'yo na kailangan po natin mag-import? I mean, you're new to the industry, Your Honor. You're new to the department. Am I correct? You're less than 1 year in the department? You're just a few months old, no? Is that correct, Yusek?
Your Honor, I've been with the Department of Agriculture. You remember, Your Honor, I was Executive Director of the Philippine Rice Research Institute, and you visited one time
Okay,
in Rice.
because I only have 5 minutes before my chairman might
I just
cut me off.
rejoined. I
You
just
are the Senate
rejoined.
President. You have the
I rejoined in 2021, Your Honor, the government service after working abroad, Your Honor.
Yes, so you're not a newcomer when it comes to helping the agri sector. And actually, we welcomed your appointment at the time when you were newly appointed once again as a member of the Department of Agriculture. However, Your Honor, you're new to the industry. I believe you're more of a livestock, poultry,
Rice, Your
and
Honor.
rice.
Rice.
That's correct. So you're new to the sugar industry. So there must have been external factors to convince you to import this or to sign sugar importation order. Was it the administrator, his co-administrator, his members of the board, who somebody had to convince you? You cannot just sign the order without them showing you the data, particularly on the lack of sugar supply. Am I correct in saying that it was the administrator and the board, or who in the board convinced you about this sugar order number 4?
Your Honor, you mentioned that I work in the agriculture sector and the R&D specifically, and I'm very, for me, Your Honor, data is very important for me in making decision. So I studied the data that was presented to me by SRA. We also did our own data analysis in the Department of Agriculture, and it convinced me, Your Honor, because I always make my decision also based on those things, that there is really a big problem when it comes to the supply of sugar, that we have to act or do something, Your Honor.
Okay,
So,
Yusek, you're saying that you're utilizing the data. I have with me here this document coming from the SRA insiders themselves. The data is very clear. I do not know if they hid this from you. I do not know if you're familiar. The data is very clear. Under the former sugar order number 3, which they imported, allowed the importation of 200,000 metric tons, there is still a balance of almost 126,000 metric tons that have not been released. This is as of August 12, that have not been released yet. So what shortage are we talking about? Di nga nare-release itong asukal na ito. And, if I may be allowed, may we ask the nandiyan na, ready na ba yung aking tao? Papakita ko lang sa inyo, yung bodega na parang mga dagat ng asukal. It's just a sea of sugar that have been apprehended in the last few days in bodegas all over the country. Please go ahead, Jess. Pakita mo. Yan. Asukal yan. Dahan-dahan lang. Yan, galing sa container. Ayan pa. Yan, parang dagat ng asukal. Sea of sugar. These are container vans. They have sugar hidden in them. Ayan, Sec. That's not made up. I'm not making this up. That was from the BOC. ISAP. The last few days. Different bodegas from Quezon City, Laguna, Bulacan, Pampanga. Sige, may video pa. Saan ba yung video? Gusto mo pakita pa namin yung video? Is this a shortage? Is this the shortage that you're saying? Your honors in the DA. Ayan. Ano yan? Are we pretending that that's not in existence? Is that being hoarded for price manipulation? Oh, let's show the video, if I may be allowed by my dear colleagues. 1 minute lang yun. Jess, can we show the video I sent you, if it is ready? Pinasukan nila. Meron pang Mr. Chairman, meron pang mga makina na ililipat nila from imported sugar to locally manufactured sugar para to escape the taxes. Importation taxes, pati yung VAT payment ng VAT, kasi syempre yung local sugar, may preferential treatment yun. VAT exempt. Diyos ko po. Your honors. So you're talking about data, Your Honor. This is the data I have from the SRA. Meron pang asukal na naiwan sa bodega. Meron pang parating na almost 30,000 metric tons. Tapos meron tayong laman sa bodega, Yusek. How can you explain that? So what shortage are we talking about? That's why I'm saying, Yusek, no, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Kasi nga, you're new to the industry. I am asking you now, sino talaga ang nag-push sa'yo, nagsabi sa'yo, Yusek, we need to do this? Was it the butlers? Was it the stakeholders? Was it one of those individuals in the SRA? Was it a particular importer? Or was it just your own decision? Because I can't believe it was just your own decision, Your Honor, because, again, you're a stickler for data. I have the data right here, which contradicts what you said. I have the pictures of the tonniladang 100,000+ metric tons of sugar in the bodegas. So, what is it, Yusek?
Your Honor, you mentioned we have 123,000 metric tons. Our monthly consumption for raw sugar, Your Honor, is 170,000 metric tons per month. And approximately 85,000 metric tons per month for refined sugar, Your Honor. So 123 can last for how many days, Your Honor? And based from the data that we have, SRA and DA, Your Honor, we will need about 212,000, we will have a deficit of 212,000 metric tons for raw sugar, Your Honor, even if the milling has started in September and October. It is only in November that we will be able to produce enough raw sugar to meet our demand. For refined sugar, Your Honor, we have a deficit including, for example, including the SO number 3, Your Honor, because of the demand that we have a deficit of about 319,000 metric tons, Your Honor, up to December, because we don't produce enough refined sugar. So, Your Honor, if you see those data, it is very compelling, Your Honor, that, and if you look at the prices, Your Honor, prices do not just go up because of hoarding. There is hoarding when there is a tight supply, Your Honor. And there is smuggling also, Your Honor, if there is a tight supply, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, precisely the hoarding is the price manipulation. You're saying there's a tight supply, but we have supply. Yan ang mahirap sa DA po. I'm with due respect to my dear friends in the DA. With due respect, I'm an agriculturist by education and by profession. Kaya mahal ko kayo. Pero parang business as usual, hindi na wawala yung hoarding. Frustration po namin ni Senator Villar, wala pong nakakasuhan pa sa illegal smuggling at hoarding. Hanggang na yun, wala naman tayo nakikita. Pero yan, nakita na po natin. They're shouting supply, release that sugar. Hindi naman yan gumagalaw eh. Now, my point, Your Honor, according to the industry, because I'm also part of the industry, Bukidnon is the second largest, by the way, Your Honor, Bukidnon is the second largest producer of sugar next to Negros Occidental. So maraming apektadong magsasaka pag bumagsak ang presyo ng asukal dahil sa sobrang importation. Kaya, ang sabi ng mga stakeholders, and we visited the President the other day, complete po yan, Unifed, Panay-Fed, Luzon Fed, they were all there, the federations, that if there will be a need to import, you're only looking at less than 150,000, 100 to 150,000. Why? Nag-umpisa na po ang Negros Occidental ng milling. So mangyayari, pagpasok nito ng October ng 300,000 metric tons as your plan under SO4, nagkamiling na, nagkaletse-letse na dahil meron na tayong local production, meron tayong napakaraming imported rice at sugar from Thailand. Bagsak na bagsak ang presyo. Ang kawawa dyan ang mga magsasaka. I believe you were misinformed on the amount because I was told that they were not, the stakeholders were not informed. I do not, that is the problem, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, when you say, oh, we had notified the stakeholders. Sino-sino yun? Dalawang tao? Tatlong tao? May Sugar Alliance eh. Hindi po kayo nagtawag ng Sugar Alliance meeting. And correct me if I'm wrong, the deputy administrators were not consulted about SO number 4 until it was signed, until it was prepared and pushed. Are the deputy administrators here? There. Can you please come to the with the permission, of course, of our chairman, and please confirm that you were not informed about SO number 4, deputy administrators.
With the indulgence of Senate President, may we inquire from the committee secretary if the gentleman approaching the middle area has been sworn, and not yet. Attorney, can you administer the oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Deputy Administrator. Please proceed.
Can you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Mr. Senate President, you may proceed.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to extend my time, Your Honor. This is very important, as I have pertinent details of what had transpired, and I'd like to share it with this committee. While awaiting SRA Administrator Serafika, we will just like to put on record and ask the Deputy Administrators. I was told by insiders that you were not informed about this plan on SO4, Sugar Order Number 4, until after it was consummated, which is not part of protocol. I believe it is management first who comes out with the recommendation to the SRA Administrator and the board, and after which it is duly approved. Is that correct, Your Honor?
I affirm and confirm that I, the Deputy Administrator for Regulation Department, along with the two other Deputy Administrators, one for the Admin and Finance and the other for Research and Development and Extension, as well as the legal manager who is in front of me, and the other managers of the Sugar Regulatory Administration have not been consulted on this SO3.
Mr. Senator,
Your Honor.
Can you identify the personalities you mentioned, the person in front of you who failed to inform you? Pwede mong banggitin yung pangalan? Hindi ka in-inform, no?
The Sugar Board did not communicate with us, Your Honor, as far as the crafting and the issuance of Sugar Order Number 4, Your Honors.
With Sugar Order Number 3, na-inform kayo dati?
We were part of the issuance and crafting and processing of the Sugar Order Number 3, Your Honors.
Senate President, you have the witness.
So, do you feel that it is not proper on Sugar Order Number 4, what transpired, that it was not proper procedure? Dapat nasabihan dapat kayo? Para makabigay naman po kayo ng opinion ninyo, kasi kayo ang nasa regulation, kayo ang nasa legal, yung mga Deputy Administrators.
According to our SRA Governance Manual under the GCG rules, Your Honor, the management is defined as the administrator, as composed of the administrator, the Sugar Board, and all managers, Your Honor. And as by good practice in our quality management system, would require that all endorsements before the Sugar Board's approval must pass through and be routed to all the managers and the deputy administrators prior to endorsement officially to the Sugar Board, Your Honors.
So you confirm this is not proper protocol?
This is not in accordance with our rules, therefore it's not proper protocol, Your Honor.
Nagulat po kayo nung nangyari po ito? Ano ang sentimento ng ating mga deputy administrators at that time?
Well, all of us we were not surprised that there was a brewing attempt to, efforts to have an SO4, but we did not know about it officially, Your Honors.
President, if
Yes,
I may
please,
add another
Your
question. Can I have your name again? Medyo malayo kasi.
Attorney Guillermo Tejeda III, Your Honor.
Are you aware of any board resolution? Are you aware of any management action authorizing a certain administrator, Serafika, to act for and in behalf of the board?
We are not aware, and I am not personally aware of that, Your Honor.
Sebastian, meron bang management action na pwedeng kumilos mag-isa si Mr. Serafika on behalf of the board? Mr. Sebastian.
Administrator Serafika acting on behalf of the board? No, Your Honor.
So, walang ganon.
To my knowledge, Your Honor, there's no such thing.
Paano mamaya kung mapatunayan kung meron ganon?
I'm not aware of that, Your Honor. I'm new to the board also. You see, I was only designated July 15, 2022, Your Honor. So
give me some time and I will provide the contrary. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, my dear Chairperson, I would just withhold further questions until former SRA Administrator Serafika arrives, because my questions will be, of course, asked and propounded to him. And I think I'd just like to thank the Deputy Administrators for your candor and truthfulness in the issue. And also to Yusek Sebastian. Yusek, marami kang kaibigan sa agriculture industry. First of all, I salute you for taking responsibility and resigning right away with your irrevocable resignation. Pero sana, let's clear this mess up. We come to the bottom of all of this and come up with the truth on who really pushed for this, which organization, which group, which individual, and if there's a violation of law with this SO number 4. Sayang lang po, I would have hoped that, we had practiced better judgment at we could have used you in the department. But nevertheless, without fear or favor, this committee has to find out the truth. So yun lang po, Mr. Chairman, I'll just wait the arrival of former SRA Administrator Serafica.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. And for the record and for the information of my other colleagues here, present here physically are representatives coming from Coca-Cola Philippines, Attorney Tanyada, and likewise present is the President of the Philippine Food Processors and Exporters Association. Can you raise your hands para makilala kayo? And then we have another person in attendance, Mr. John Paul Antes, Senior Sugar Production Regulation Officers. And considering that you have your tick folders in front of you, you are allowed to shoot questions on any of the personalities I mentioned a while ago. The representative of the minority leader is recognized. Senator Hontiveros, Your Honor, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
have,
Chairman.
4 minutes now and 59 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't presume to represent the minority leader. I do have some questions sana po para kay ES, pero i-reserve ko na lang po kapag nakabalik na sila sa isang susunod na hearing. So my follow-up questions for today, Mr. Chair, will be for former USEC Sebastian. USEC, nung pong pulong, nung August 4, 2022, nung binanggit yung panukala na mag-import ng 300,000 metric tons, ano po yung sinabi or sinagot ni ES?
Your Honor, I was not present in that meeting on August 4, 2022. It was only reported to me later by Administrator Serafica.
Ano pong inulat sa inyo ni Administrator Serafica? Kung anong sinabi or sinagot ni ES dun sa proposal na yon?
No details, Your Honor. The only, in my affidavit, Your Honor, I was only informed that they have a meeting. On August 4, Your Honor, I was called by ES Rodriguez to inform Administrator Serafica to proceed to Malacanang. And after that, Your Honor, I was informed by Administrator Serafica that they have a meeting together with ES and through Zoom with the President and the then newly appointed board member Valderrama. No other details, Your Honor, was given to me, except the following day when I was sent an email by Administrator Serafica that he was called to Malacanang, August 4, and ordered by the President to submit a sugar order program, a sugar importation program, Your Honor, which he transmitted to me during that day, Your Honor. And again, it was also the basis of my writing a memo to the President, Your Honor. I think it's in my affidavit, Your Honor, the details.
So we can conclude, former USEC, na sa pagitan ng 2 araw na iyon, August 4 hanggang August 5, kung kailangan i-direct kayo na mag-submit ng sugar importation plan, at the very least, live pa yung proposal na mag-import ng 300,000 metric tons. Hindi pa po na disapprove at that point in time. Yung eventually pumaloob sa SO4.
The 300,000, Your Honor, has been circulating already for some time, Your Honor, because
Right.
there was a stakeholder consultation on July 29, and then they also made endorsement. These different stakeholders, they made endorsement on the amount, and more or less, I think if you review the different press releases that has been circulating in the industry, Your Honor.
Salamat, Isek. dun po sa lumabas na slide ni ES, yung isang slide nila, lumabas po yung memorandum kung saan may proposal, bukod pa po sa 300,000, ano po, may panukala mag-import ng dagdag pang 100 metric tons. So tama po ba na on top of the 300 or 100,000 metric tons rather. So tama po ba na on top of the 300,000 metric tons pa iyon, yung 100,000 metric tons additional? Tama po ba yon?
If approved by the President, Your Honor.
Yes,
that would be
if approved
additional.
by the President. So, proposal
But
nga po.
Let me
Yes.
clarify, Your Honor, that the 100,000 was a suggestion, Your Honor. But PITC came back later that they can only handle 50,000, Your Honor.
50,000. Sige po. Pero nung ang suggestion ay 100,000 metric tons, ano yung justification noon? Why was the initial suggestion bago pinababa ng PITC sa 50,000 metric tons? Bakit po yung initial na mungkahi, dagdag sa 300,000 metric tons, ay 100,000 metric tons?
Before finalizing the memorandum, Your Honor, I have a conversation with PITC. And it was suggested, Your Honor, that PITC would like a rolling stock, something like that, replenishable. But I told PITC that this is not possible because usually the memo will only be for a fixed volume. So I suggested that if we can increase it so that you can use that. But later on they came back, Your Honor. But I have already sent the memo, Your Honor, by the time. But the original recommendation of SRA, Your Honor, is also 50,000.
I see you, Sec. Yung namang pong mga bodega na nakikita natin, no? Yung 126 or 123,000 metric tons na yan mula sa Sugar Order 3, yun po ba ay pupunta sa end users? Ibig sabihin, ito ba yung mga ibebenta sa mga supermarket?
I don't have good knowledge of SO number 3, Your Honor, but from what I know, it's more for industrial users, Your Honor.
I see. And okay, so hindi ito yung mapupunta sa end users. Hindi po ito yung mabibili namin sa mga supermarket. Are you gesturing, Yusek, for another resource person to answer?
Yes, Your
I'll
Honor.
ask
I think
Mr.
Deputy
Chair?
Administrator Tihada, I think, has more knowledge on Sugar Order number 3, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You can answer, Deputy Administrator.
Yes, sir. Well, Your Honor, the 200,000 metric tons under Sugar Order number 3 is exclusively for the industrial users. All of the 200,000, Your Honor, metric tons.
So, pati po yung nakikita pa natin, Deputy Administrator, pati po yung nakikita natin sa mga bodega hanggang ngayon, yung 123 or 126,000 metric tons under SO3, industrial po ito, bound for industrial use.
Subject to verification, Madam. First off, in Subic, the 7,000 metric tons inspected and intercepted by the Bureau of Customs were already cleared by the Office of the Deputy Administrator on behalf of the SRA that it is covered by pertinent clearance for release of imported goods. Those intercepted in Batangas were also covered. We already cleared that it is also covered by SO3 clearance. We are still verifying if those raided in Manila, the 3 warehouses, were part of SO3, but what we can confirm are that the owners of these 3 warehouses are registered under Sugar Order number 3. That in Pampanga, the raided warehouse, we already confirmed that it is not owned by an international trader nor a participant of SO3, and the warehouse is not also registered with SRA, which is a violation of our existing rules. And that in Pampanga, in Bulacan, the 49,000 or so, subject to verification by the Bureau of Customs, is locally sourced as per our initial investigation. And the owner is not a trader. The owner is also not a participant, therefore, of SO3. and the warehouse is also not registered with the SRA.
Salamat, Deputy Administrator. So, yung sa Batangas po, ilang libong metro tonelada yon?
Yes, Your Honor. As per my conversation this morning with our licensing and monitoring division of SRA, in Batangas would only be accounting for some 200,000 bags, Your Honor, and that
Which is how many metric tons? Sorry.
times 20, Your Honor.
Okay.
Divide by 20.
Uh-huh.
So that's only 200,000 bags.
Bags.
50 kilo bag. That in Pampanga would only number around less than 200 imported sugar, but subject to verification.
Less than 200,000 bags?
No, in Pampanga, Your Honor, it's only 200 bags.
200 bags. Hindi ako ganun kabilis mag-multiply. Pero out of yung tinatanong ko pong 123,000 metric tons, yung 200,000, ano ba yun? Yung 7,000 metric tons sa Subic, sabi nyo, verified na for industrial yon under SO3. Tama po?
Yes.
And then,
yes po.
And then, meron pa kayong 200,000 bags for verification sa Batangas. Meron kayo sa Manila, hindi nyo binigay yung amount. May 200 bags lamang sa Pampanga na not under SO3. May 49,000 bags sa Bulacan na hindi rin under SO3. So we can surmise na dun sa 123,000 metric tons na posibleng meron doon na bound for end users through the supermarkets, pero meron ding mula doon na for industrial use. Tama po ba?
Yes po, ma'am. What we can confirm is that all those verified to be under SO3 cannot be sold to the local market because SO3 mandates that it's only dedicated to the industrial users.
Yes.
If I may po, just an update.
With the indulgence of Senator Risa,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You have less than 30 seconds to go. We recognize the arrival of Senator Amy Marcos. Please proceed for you can answer the last question, Yusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then I have a brief manifestation after the Deputy Administrator. Yes, sir. Unless the former Yusek Sebastian, Mr. Chair, would like to make a closing answer to my questions thus far.
What was the question?
Well,
Sebastian, with the indulgence of Senator Risa, we have
Yes,
a
Mr.
copy
Chair.
of your affidavit
Yes, Your Honor.
dated today, August 22. Kanina lang bang umaga yan?
21, Your Honor.
22. 22 ka nag-out dun sa notaryo. So, saan ka nakakita ng notaryo kanina bago pumunta
Hindi.
rito? O, pinost date na lang, dahil linggo.
Your Honor. I think it was submitted yesterday, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, since the USEC would not wish to reply to my last questions, then I'll just make a final manifestation dito po sa line of questioning ko so far, dahil nga po yung karamihan ng mga tanong ko ay para sana kay ES. Sa susunod na hearing na itatakda ng chair, kung kailan nila imbitahin si ES, magtatanong po ako tungkol sa SRA not being the agency with inspection and visitorial powers to pursue smugglers and hoarders. Pangalawa po, mga tanong tungkol sa parang kulang na kulang ang intel ng Malacanang sa mga isinagawang raids. Pangatlo, doing a fast forward, ano yung magiging epekto nitong aktual na epekto nitong mga raids sa presyo ng asukal kung talagang maibababa sa at least 70 pesos per kilo at kung paano kung may mahanap na smuggled at hino-hoard pero konti lang pala, again, anong overall na impact nito sa presyo. And lastly, Mr. Chair, on yung epekto nitong lahat sa ating mga sugar planters, lalo na po yung mga maliliit. Binalita po kasi ng isang mayor sa ANC na 13 sa 26 na barangay nila ay tumigil na sa pagtatanim ng tubo. Nag-shift na po sa palay. So, one thing so far, at least to this representation, Mr. Chair, is clear, while we certainly need to have cheap sugar, it should not be at the expense of our farmers. I reiterate my call na bigyan ng agarang ayuda ang magsasaka lalo pa sumirit pataas ang presyo ng urea. So our producers need all the help they can get, all sizes of producers, Mr. Chair, at lalong-lalo na po yung mga maliliit. So for now, Mr. Chair, I will suspend
Thank you, Senator
my
Aldebaran.
questioning.
Thank you.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Next to propound a question or questions would be Senator Estrada. Thereafter, it will be the turn of Senator Rafi Tulfo. And after the questioning of Senator Tulfo, we will suspend. This committee will suspend for 10 minutes to give way to pave the way for the reorganization of the Commission on Appointments. Thereafter, we will be reconvening, hopefully with the presence of former Administrator Seraphica. So in the meantime, you can have your lunch break during that interim period. Senator Estrada, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Revilla here.
Senator Revilla, you have an interjection?
Yes. Yeah, just one question. When will be my turn? Aabot pa ba o wala na?
Aabot po yan. Aabot po yan. Tatapusin lang namin yung physically present and then kayo na po yung unless Senator Estrada would like to give way to have you ask questions now.
No. Go ahead. No problem.
Senator Revilla, I will give you 3 minutes of my time. I'm just going to ask one or two
Just wait
questions.
for my turn. Thank you very much, Senator Estrada.
Kundi, bukas ka pa.
Gentlemen.
Senator Estrada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sebastian, if I ask you direct questions, can you can you answer me directly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, this is answerable by yes or no. Was there really a shortage of sugar?
Yes, Your Honor.
What data or formula were used to arrive at the 300 metric tons allocation?
We have the computation, Your Honor, but to come up with 300,000, there was also a stakeholder consultation because if you look at the total deficit, Your Honor, it's actually bigger, but you cannot import all of that, otherwise we will have oversupply, Your Honor.
The Senate President has shown videos and photos of the warehouses of sugar here in Metro Manila and in the provinces. Hindi pa ba sapat yun?
Your Honor, as I have mentioned a while ago, we need about 170,000 metric tons, Your Honor, 170,000 metric tons of raw sugar every month, and 85,000 metric tons of refined sugar every month, Your Honor.
Every month?
Every month. So if you have 123,000, or let's just make it 186,000 metric tons that arrive under SO3, that can only last for how many months, Your Honor? And that is the one that was imported is for industrial use, not for home consumption, Your Honor.
So in sugar order number 3, was this already implemented? The importation?
Your Honor, if I may, it is implemented and it is ongoing, in fact, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
It is ongoing.
Ongoing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sebastian, you haven't answered the question of the Senate President. Sino ba nag-udyok sa inyo? Pumirma? Or did you decide on your own?
Your Honor, there was as I've been emphasizing, there was an urgency of the situation that we are
How
having.
can there be an urgency if you have seen the photos and the videos of the warehouses? And daming asukal.
Your Honor, we are talking about the months of September and October, when we have a big deficit for brown sugar, yung parang pambanana Q, and then we have a big deficit for refined sugar up to December, Your Honor. And we are talking about how many months, Your Honor?
In Sugar Order number 4, Section 2, why do you allow the assignment of sugar allocation from one qualified applicant to another?
Can you repeat the question, Your Honor?
In Sugar Order number 4, Section 2, why do you allow the assignment of sugar allocation from one qualified applicant to another?
I'm not familiar with the detail of that, Your Honor. Maybe we can ask
Pumirma ka
Administrator-
rito, hindi ka pamilyar. Do you have a copy of the order that you signed?
So the question of Senator Estrada is why are you allowing the assignment of import allocation to another qualified applicant, which is part of your Section 2, SO number 4. And try to recall if it is likewise part of SO number 3. You have lawyers here. I think the SRA legal department is here. Di ba makatulong sa'yo?
Yeah, maybe we can ask our legal department, SRA, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I will be the one to ask, not you. What's your name? Attorney
Ronald Rimando, Your Honor.
Attorney Rimando, you're under oath. Bakit, tinatanong ni Senator Estrada with his permission, bakit pwedeng i-assign yung sa ibang tao yung allocation?
Number one, Your Honor, it is allowed in the SO4 that the assignment of import allocation is allowed.
Nga ba, why? What's the rationale for this? Yun ang tanong ni Senator Estrada.
If, say, the would-be importer, for whatever reasons, could not do the importation, then he may assign the allocation to another qualified
Member of the
participant, Your
cartel.
Honor.
Paano?
The assignment is allowed, Your Honor, if the assignee is another qualified, is a qualified trader, Your Honor.
Don't you think that is prone to abuses?
I don't think so, Your Honor, because it will still pass through the SRA, Your Honor. The papers and other requirements will pass through the SRA. So there's always a check and balance, Your Honor.
May I know what is the reason behind it? Ba't kailangan ipasa pa sa ibang qualified applicants?
Well, the tenor of the SO4 allowing the assignment, Your Honor, is not mandatory.
What do you mean it is not mandatory?
The subject provision, Your Honor, says a qualified participant may assign its import allocation. So it's up to him, Your Honor, whether to assign the import allocation or not. If for whatever reason, say, he could not do the importation because of logistics reason, Your Honor.
So, ang tanong ni Senator Estrada, at yun din, Attorney, anong dahilan nito? Kasi tinitingnan ko yung SO number 3. Parang hindi ko nakikita sa SO number 3 yung assign. At hindi ko rin nakikita sa SO number 3 yung, hindi ko nakikita sa SO number 4 yung nakalagay sa SO number 3 yung payment of performance bond. Meron sa SO3, wala sa SO4. So, bakit may mga pagkakaibang ganito? Magkakaiba ba yung shortage? Yun siguro ang gist ng tanong ni Senator Estrada. You answer that, or do you want additional time? You compare SO3 with SO4. I'm sure you've been with the legal department for quite a long period of time and you've been preparing this. So, tanong niya, bakit allowable yung assignment? Yung dinagdag kong tanong, was it also part of SO3? Meaning to say, has this been part of a tradition, a long-standing practice? Tinanong ko rin, why was performance bond not present in SO4 when it is present in SO3? So, if you need more time to answer, the committee will give you time to recollect and refresh your memory. Unless Senator Estrada has further questions.
I can answer it now, Your Honors. Well, the performance bond is present in the SO3, while in the SO4, in being assailed, Your Honor, it's not present. And the absence of that performance bond in SO4, that I could not answer, Your Honor, because I really do not have any personal knowledge or any participation in the SO4, Your Honor, Your Honors.
Thank you. Senator Estrada is excusing himself for a while, so he will continue that line of questioning when it returns. So we can now have Senator Rafi Tulfo before we suspend. Senator Tulfo, you're
Thank you.
recognized. You have your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From where I'm sitting, I can see very clearly that Yusek Sebastian is very stressed out. And I don't want to add further to his anxiety by asking hard questions just like my colleagues did. So is it possible, Mr. Chair, if there are people from the Bureau of Customs who are around, and I would rather direct my questions to them because I don't want them to get off the hook, because the Senate President a while ago did say na wala pa raw nakakasuhan sa smuggling ng sugar. So therefore, gusto ko magbato ng katanungan sa kanila tungkol doon sa sinabi ni SP. Are there people
That's a
present
relevant
from the Bureau
question,
of Customs?
Senator Tulfo. May we ask the committee secretariat, are there resource persons from the Bureau of Customs now?
No, Your Honor, none present yet.
Okay.
Were they invited?
No. I mean, they can be invited to the next hearing, Your Honor, but
the next
they're not present today. Neither were they invited.
Senator Tulfo, they're not
Okay.
around.
Well, then I have to ask you a question and maybe make a request, Yusek Sebastian. Sorry, you're going to be off. You're not going to like my question, my direct question. To me, you seem to be a very smart guy. Tama? So many people vouch for your character. Marami ako narinig about you, even from SP, Migz, Zubiri. And I was told na ikaw ay galing sa abroad. At nakapag-aral ho ba kayo sa abroad?
Yes, Your Honor. As a scholar, Your Honor.
Scholar. Okay. Ano pong tinapos niyo po, sir?
I got my PhD from Cornell University, Your Honor.
Wow, PhD, Cornell University sa abroad. Okay. So that means you're a very, very smart guy. Right? So, if you're a smart guy, if I were you, I think it's better, it's high time na sabihin mo na sa amin dito, huwag na tayo magpaikot-ikot pa, kung sino yung nasa likod mo. Kasi nga po, sir, hindi ka naman po pipirma sa ibabaw ng pangalan ng Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, sa ibabaw ng kanyang pangalan, kung wala pong may utos sa inyo, kung wala pong nasa likod nyo na malalakas ng mga tao. I think you're just trying to cover up something here. Get the monkey off your back. I think it's about time that you have to confess. I mean, because you're a smart guy, right? Cornell University, PhD, or you're just trying to outsmart us. That's why you don't want to tell us kung sino po yung mga nag-utos sa'yo.
No, Your Honor, there was nobody who pushed me or pressured me on this matter, Your Honor.
Yung panghupag sa sign sa ibabaw ng apelyido ng presidente, sa pangalan ng presidente, yung ba'y gawain ng isang scholar at may PhD sa Cornell University?
No, Your Honor, I signed for the Secretary of Agriculture based on the authority that was given to me on July 15, 2022.
Who gave you the authority, sir?
The authority was, the memo was issued by the Executive Secretary by authority of the President, Your Honor.
Okay, but did you ask the Executive Secretary about that memo to make sure that you can sign on his behalf sa ibabaw pa man din ng kanyang pangalan? Presidente pong pinag-usapan natin po, hindi po yung ordinaryong kawani ng gobyerno.
The memo, Your Honor, states that I can sit as ex officio chair of boards, committees, etc., of any government agency where the Secretary of Agriculture is a member, Your Honor. And SRA, the SRA board is one of those boards where the Secretary of Agriculture sits as ex officio, Your Honor. So since the Secretary is the member, and I am representing him more or less, I signed for the Secretary of Agriculture, who is the President of the Republic, Your Honor.
For the Secretary of Agriculture, right? That's what you're saying. But you signed above the name of President Bongbong Marcos.
Yes, with an initial 4, Your Honor.
That's why I'm going back to what I said earlier. Is that an act of a very, very smart person? Because hanga po ako sa inyo, yung credentials niyo po, napaka-impeccable. Okay, di po ba? Now, kung smart po kayo, hindi niyo po gagawin yon. Ang magagawa lang noon, yung pipirma po sa ibabaw ng pangalan ng presidente ay people who are dumb or stupid. And you're not stupid, right? I don't think so. You don't look like stupid to me. You look like a very smart guy. Kaya lang, ayaw mo lang magsalita kasi nga, meron kang pinagtatapang mga grupo o tao. I think yun po observations ko.
Wala ho, Your Honor.
Nakikita ko po yung paa nyo pag ganun-ganun na po. Ninervis ka. Sige na po. Hindi ko na po dadagdagan yung anxiety ninyo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sana po, Mr. Chair, sa next hearing, ma-invite po natin yung mga taga-Bureau of Customs. Kasi nga po, Mr. Chair, nakikita ko po, yung mga taga-Bureau of Customs, they're very relentless in the fight against smuggling sa sugar and all. And I have to commend them for that. On the other hand, ang tanong, bakit nakalabas yung mga asukal na yon? Yung mga hoarding na tinatawag nila, nakalabas ng pier. Sana, hindi na nakalabas yung kinagawa lang sana ng customs, yung kanilang trabaho. Diba? And then from what I've heard, itong pinaka-latest, yung sugar sa Subic, ay meron palang permit yun. Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. So, dito sumablay ang mga taga-Bureau of Customs. Ano bang pangalan nitong Commissioner ng Customs? This guy, he opens his mouth before he would even look at the documents available. He could have asked people in his office mag-provide ng E2M documents from their system para masiguro niya na kung legit ba o hindi yung mga produktong i-rate nila. I think what he did, this guy from Bureau of Customs, para ma-divert yung attention natin. Meron kasi tayong serious attention. Ito na nga yung SO4. Ngayon, para ma-divert yung attention natin, rate sila left and right, bahala na ang Diyos. Para yung ating attention ay mapunta doon sa smuggling versus doon sa SO4 na sino nag-utos kay Yusek Sebastian pumirma. So I would appreciate it really, Mr. Chair, if we could invite a member of the Bureau of Customs, especially this guy, the commissioner, I forgot his name. I would really like to talk to him kasi mukhang mahilig itong magpadalos-dalos. And again, there's nothing wrong na mag-grade siya na mag-grade. Go ahead. Pero dapat pag nag-grade siya, tinatansya niya muna at alam niya kanyang ginagawa para wala naman maabala mga tao, walang napapahiya. Yun na po, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. You consume 5 minutes and 15 seconds. So, still within the threshold. As agreed upon, and with the indulgence of our other colleague here, Senator Robin Padilla, this committee will suspend for 10 minutes to pave the way for the reorganization of the Commission on Appointments. In the meantime, you can have your lunch given to you while we also await the arrival of former Administrator Serafica. So without objection, the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee is hereby suspended. Mr. Committee Secretary, may we know the number and names of the resource persons still in attendance? We apologize for the slight delay. Senator Estrada is joining us here because of the organization of the Commission on Appointments. Mr. Secretary, sino yung mga bagong dating?
Mr. Senator, currently here, still, ang bagong dating, Mr. Senator, I see Mr. Serafica. The rest of the persons, Dr. Sebastian is still here. Mr. C is still here. Mr. Tanyada, Attorney Tanyada of Coca-Cola is still here. And then one more.
I see the bag of a resource person present, but I do not see the person holding the bag. Andyan na.
Ante, Mr. Senator. Ante? Antel. Nga. Mr. Antes.
Thank you. We also like to thank the former administrator, Mr. Serafica, for your presence here. I just wish that we had you early this morning. But Mr. Secretary, can you administer the oath to?
Kindly run your head to say yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Serafica. To expedite the proceedings and while waiting for our other colleagues to arrive, and with the permission of my colleague here, Senator Estrada, perhaps we can ask the resource persons coming from the private sector relative to their knowledge, participation, concurrence, remedial reactions as to the issuance of SO number 4. And I'm referring to the representative coming from Coca-Cola as well as the representative coming from the Philippine Food Processors and Exporters Association. Ang tanong po namin dito ay simple lang. Sa inyo po bang pananaw? I'm referring to Mr. C and the representative of Coca-Cola. Yun po bang SO number 4 at yung sinasabing pagkukulang o shortage ng asukal, lalong-lalo na yung ginagamit ng industriya, hindi ng consumers, ay totoo? May we start with Mr. Ruben C, who arrived first. Thereafter, same question. Thereafter, the representative coming from Coca-Cola. And if Senator Estrada would want to interject additional follow-up questions, he may do so as he please. Mr. C, Ruben C, nandito po ba?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Nasaan po kayo?
Andito po.
Ay, I'm sorry, doon ako nakatingin. Kasi
Thank you,
doon kayo
Chairman.
kanina eh. So, pakisagot lang po yung katanungan ko. And kung meron po kayong prepared sworn statement na wala pa sa kamay ng aming committee, pwede po sigurong iwan. Meron po ba kayo?
Meron po akong binigay na sworn statement.
Kailan po binigay yun?
This morning, sir.
Ngayon lang.
At saka in-email din po namin.
Can we have a copy of that? Siguro later on. But you answer, please proceed and answer my question.
Well, with regards po sa SO 304, so far ang knowledge po namin is nanggagaling din po sa mga nababasa namin sa artikulo. And then alam mo namin talaga na may shortage ng asukal. So based dun po sa mga artikulo. Then yung industry po naman namin, we are affected daw ng...
Can I cut you briefly? When you say shortage, is it a real shortage or an artificial shortage?
Well, based lang po sa nababasa namin. So hindi ho namin alam kung totoo yun o hindi.
Pero kayo po ang presidente ng Philippine Food Processors and Exporters Organization. So sa inyo po bang organisasyon, may nararamdaman kayong shortage o pagkukulang ng asukal?
Wala naman po.
So wala pong shortage?
Wala po. Ang problem lang po ng our industry is yung high cost of sugar.
Hindi ho kaya related yung high cost ng sugar sa shortage? Dahil kulang ang nasa merkado, ay hindi sapat ang mapunuan yung demand.
Well, yun po yung namin eh. Yun po yung nararanasan ng industry namin eh.
So mahal?
Mahal po.
Mahal kasi may shortage.
Yes. Kasi
so, ang tanong ko nga po, yung bang shortage gawa-gawa lang o totoong may shortage? Kasi nakita niyo po yung pinakitang video ni Senate President na dagat-dagat na raw po. Patas-patas, patong-patong ang nakaimbak na asukal sa mga warehouses.
Well, based ho doon sa nakita namin, parang wala akong shortage. Pero based naman po doon sa sinabi ni Yusek Sebastian, dahil sa usage daw, so parang kukulangin pa. So hindi ho namin alam kung which one is Pero yun nga hong masasabi namin, sa industry ho namin, usually kami hong mga exporter, kailangan ho namin ng mababang presyo ng asukal. Kasi po, kung the cost of sugar is high, hindi po magiging competitive ang exporter. Sa ngayon po kasi, if you buy from Thailand or Asian countries, the price of sugar landed cost in the Philippines is only about 40 pesos. But as of now, if the price is 80 pesos to 100 pesos, the industry will not be competitive.
Matanong ko po, sir, ano po yung ina-export natin na nangangailangan ng asukal na ang palagay niya ay napakamahal ngayon? Ano po yung uri ng mga ina-export natin? Ito po ba ay mga kakaning dilata? Ito po ba yung mga pagkain na pinoprocess natin na kailangan ng sugar preservatives? Ano po yun? Bigay kayo ng halimbawa.
Ang industry po namin, ang member po namin is composed of yung mga gumagawa ng biscuit, gumagawa ng snacks, gumagawa ng juice, gumagawa ng dried fruits, sweets, yung condiments po. Mostly yan po yung mga nangangailangan ng asukal.
So ito po yung halimbawa yung dried mango.
Yes,
ito po yun.
opo.
Mga confectionery, yes. Opo. So naintindihan ko na po ngayon. So dalawang tanong na lang po. Kung nandito po kayo kanina, while you were here, nabanggit po, it was mentioned over and over again by Mr. Former Undersecretary Sebastian that there were consultations made prior to the issuance of SO number 4. And there were attachments made to SO number 4. My question is this, was your group consulted? Was there an attachment or a board resolution coming from the Philippine Food Processors, coming from your group, supporting SO number 4?
Well, we are not consulted.
You were not consulted?
Yes, sir.
And yet, you're a major stakeholder in any sugar consumption or importation. Ilang percent po yon itong sa Philippine Food Processors? Ang nagagamit niyong asukal na?
Well, as of now, yung mga member po namin, we can use 6 sacks to 450 sacks per week.
Nationwide?
Ng sugar po. Yeah, nationwide po.
Maraming salamat.
Yung member po.
Unless Senator Estrada has a follow-up question, this just goes to show that, one, there was no prior consultation made contrary to the assertion of Yusek Sebastian that such was made prior to the issuance of Sugar Order number 4. I will skip the second question because it was partly answered. With the permission of Senator Estrada, Senator Padilla, and Senator De La Rosa, who returned like a good general who promised I shall return, I now ask the representative from Coca-Cola. News reports indicate that your group were one of those present and whose clamor was given an affirmative response by the President himself. Is this true? And how would you answer if I ask the same question I propounded to Mr. C? Is there a shortage? Is there an artificial shortage? Is there a natural shortage? And is SO number 4 rightfully issued or improper because there is hoarding? Okay, would you like to answer in Tagalog or in English? Bahala na po kayo.
Salamat po. Good afternoon po, Your Honors. Attorney Juan Lorenzo Tañada po, appearing for and on behalf of our CEO, Garrett Miguel, who's not present today because he's currently abroad in consultation with our principals in Singapore. Your Honors, I would answer, first of all, that yes, we feel the scarcity of sugar in our operations. Yes, we were present po at that meeting called for the purpose, and we attended it at the Department of Agriculture, I believe on August 2, 2022. Your Honor, if I may, our CEO actually executed an affidavit. If I would be allowed po, I may be able to read it into the record.
That will be hearsay if you extract from the portions of the affidavit. Mr. Secretary, do we have a copy of that affidavit? Is this from Mr. Garrett Guion?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Wala pa kami. We don't have a copy here. So I hope you can be it's in the tick folder. You can have the gist. You can have the gist. Will the gist answer my questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there is a shortage, scarcity.
Yes, Your Honor, if we refer po particularly to paragraph 3 of the affidavit.
Go ahead. Hanapin ko. Please proceed, sir.
Opo. Your Honor, kung pwede ko pong basahin yung paragraph 3. Coca-Cola's manufacturing process requires the use of bottler's grade premium refined sugar instead of merely standard refined sugar. Since the beginning of 2022, we began to observe a scarcity of bottler's grade premium refined sugar as well as a dramatic surge in prices of what available stocks we could source. So, sa madaling salita po, Your Honor, magmula ng umpisa po ng taong ito, nahirapan na po kami mag-manufacture in the customary manner. Kaya po, minabuti na po namin na tumangguni po sa mga may kinaukulan upang humingi po ng tulong.
Is this the first time that this happened?
Actually, Your Honor, we felt some shortages before, but I would say, based on my 7 years po in the Coca-Cola system, ito na po siguro yung pinakagrabe.
So what about when, the instance when SO number 3 was issued? Were you affected?
Binigyan po kami ng allocation noon ng 10,000 metric tons po yata, Your Honor. Pero nung nakuha po namin yung 10,000 metric tons na yun, kung di po nagkakamali, 2 o 3 araw lang po naubos na siya.
So, in effect, you are refuting the statements coming from the Senate President, including the visuals, that there is an enough buffer of sugar in warehouses apparently not being distributed. We welcome the arrival of the good Senate President. You are just being refuted by the representative coming from Coca-Cola. We will give the Senate President a chance to rebut you, Attorney. So you are refuting the statements of the Senate President. There is no sugar shortage, scarcity, and the issuance of SO number 4 is in order. Am I correct?
If I may po, sir.
Hindi,
Your
sagutin mo muna ako. Tama ba ako?
We will need to qualify po, Your Honor, because we don't have
Baka natakot
access
ka
to
lang
sugar.
dumating si Senate President.
Gusto lang po namin magsabi po ng complete po yung ano namin, yung context po, Your Honor.
And that context, I will allow Mr. Sebastian to butt in if you may, if you can. It has something to do with the reclassification. So there are sugar imports coming in, later on would be reclassified. Are you affected by that?
Kung meron pong dumating na asukal po na magagamit po namin, kasi halimbawa po butler grade din po siya, then makakabuti po yan, makaka-operate po kami ng nasa normal pace po, Your Honor.
I will, yes, I was about to say that I will give my floor to the good Senate President.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleague, tanggalin na natin ito kasi di yata tayo makikita. Masyado mababa itong Juan. Nasa firing line kami dito ni Senator Bato. But thank you very much, my dear Chairperson, and to my dear colleagues, and of course to the guests that are here today. On Coca-Cola, you were here earlier when I spoke. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. You saw the almost over 100,000 metric tons that were in the bodegas that we showed you earlier under SO3, SO number 3.
I saw the pictures po, Your Honor.
That is Butler's grade refined sugar. That is correct? Most of them.
I couldn't tell po, Your Honor.
As what we were told, it were Butler's grade refined sugar. So, is there quandary in your position declaring that there is no supply of sugar as compared to what we showed you as there is a supply of sugar? Is there somebody telling you na wala, pero meron pala? Could that be a possibility?
It could be possible, Your Honor. Assuming po that sugar is there and it's offered to us, it hasn't happened po.
That's exactly our point. So, as a producer of, I guess you're the biggest consumer of sugar, refined sugar in the country.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're in a quandary because you have no place to get this sugar. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We have tried our best, and we are still trying our best, and we still don't have access to Butler grade sugar in that amount, Your Honor.
But obviously, sugar order number 3 was supposed to correct that. That is supposed to be going to industrial users. Is that correct? Have you been given from sugar order number 3?
Mr. Senate President, actually we got 10,000 metric tons.
That's all? Out of the 200,000 metric tons? Only 10,000 metric tons?
Yes, Your Honor.
No wonder you're complaining, Your Honor, Mr. Chairperson. But obviously, the sugar is going somewhere else. So, what you're trying to say is, as a standpoint of an industrial user, wala kayong mahanap na asukal. Pero, nagulat din po kayo na marami palang asukal. Would that be safe to say?
Your Honor, if it were there, we'd be very happy po talaga. Especially if it's at the proper price, we would be very much willing to buy it, Your Honor.
For my questioning now, if I may, Mr. Chairperson, unless I will defer to
Proceed. With the permission of the Senate President, next to question will be Senator Estrada. Thereafter, Senator Padilla has been patiently waiting for the last 7 hours.
Oh, I'm willing to...
And then Senator De La Rosa and then Senator Bongo.
Yeah, yung akin lang kasi po, meron po akong train of questioning that would establish the legality or illegality of sugar order number 4. I'm going now to the SRA administrator. Earlier, Mr. Administrator, maybe administer the oath of office. I mean the oath.
Mr. Secretary, na-administer natin, have we...
yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Serafica, yes, Your Honor.
You can answer, Mr. Serafica. If asked, we will recognize you since you're now familiar with your situation. You're under oath. And of the 6 senators present here, 8 senators would like to question you, including those virtually present. Mr. Senate President, you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon,
Mr. Senate President.
Mayang hapon,
Wala pang
sir.
question, sir.
Mayang hapon.
Mayang hapon, sir. Sir, let's just go on the legality first of, before we discuss SO number 3, let's go on SO number 4. Let us establish first SO number 4. Who drafted sugar order number 4, Your Honor? Was it your office, Your Honor? Or was it Yusek Sebastian who drafted sugar order number 4?
I drafted sugar order number 4.
You
Mr. Chair.
personally drafted sugar order number 4.
Me and my staff. Mr.
Your technical assistants.
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
As I mentioned earlier, and I found out, and you can answer us either yes or no, did you consult with the management of SRA, particularly your deputy administrators on regulation, administration, etc., on SO number 4?
On SO number 4, Mr. Chair, I did not consult them. In the past,
Yes, but isn't that...
any board member, Mr. Chair, can craft a sugar order. There is no rule that only the regulations department can endorse a sugar order.
No,
in the past,
in sugar order number 3, you had routed this to the department, your deputy administrators. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the process is that the deputy administrators, after routing, will recommend it to the Sugar Regulatory Board.
That's correct.
That's correct. In this case, you did not do that. You drafted it yourself, and you had the members of the board sign without the knowledge of the deputy administrators, because they already are under oath and they gave a testimony earlier.
That's correct.
That's correct. Don't you think this is highly out of order?
May I explain, Your Honor? In this case, since it was a directive to craft an importation plan, we did not want to let anybody know until such time it will reach the office of the president.
Why did you not want anybody to know? Because, this is a very important matter. You do not import, Your Honor, with due respect, such a large amount of sugar without consulting the industries involved together with the stakeholders.
Now,
you just said it now. You do not want anyone to know. What is the secrecy of such a transaction, Your Honor, and we'd like to put this on record, that it has not been done. The practice is that you consult your colleagues in the Sugar Regulatory Administration. Okay. Now, it is
Mr.
settled.
Chair, if I may just be allowed quickly to present just 4 slides, Mr. Chair, just so I can present to you the facts behind the issue on SO4, where it is coming from. If you would allow me, it would be of great help for this.
It will be dependent on the chairman.
How many minutes would you present the slides? Is this part of your sworn statement, or are these new slides not part of our folders?
It's part, Mr. Chair. I think this is very important for everyone to appreciate the facts of...
Can you do that in 3 minutes?
Well, I'll try my best quickly, Mr. Chair.
Yes, because apparently you can work fast, as shown by SO number 4. The chair grants the request of the resource person to present some slides. Do we have your USB with us? Thank you. You may proceed, Administrator Serafica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, sir.
This projected raw sugar supply and demand. This is the data SRA was holding at the crafting of SO4. This was presented to the stakeholders consultation on July 29, 2022, and submitted to the board for the August 8, 2022 referendum for SO4. Figures as of July 17, 2022 are the projections from the Regulations Department. Estimated production is based on the crop estimate from the RDE Department of SRA at 1.8 million metric tons. Estimated demand is based on actual data from September 2021 to June 2022 and previous crop year data for July and August 2022. The estimated ending balance by August 31 is negative 35,231 metric tons. A comfortable ending stock balance to carry over until production of next crop year picks up at 200,000 metric tons to 200,000 250,000 metric tons. Next slide, please. Projected refined sugar supply and demand. This is also the data presented to the stakeholders consultation on July 29, 2022, and submitted to the board for the August 8, 2022 referendum. Estimated production is based on PASRI estimate of 15,431,000 bags. Estimated demand is based on actual data for September 2021 to June 2022 and previous years' data for July and August 2022. The estimated ending balance towards August 31 on domestic refined sugar is negative 20,748. But on the imported, the SO3 of 2021 and SO3 of 2022 totals 150,000 metric tons, totaling 129,251.35 metric tons. Next slide, please. The raw sugar production and demand for the last 3 crop years. Please take note that the vertical bars represent production. The horizontal lines represent the demand. September production is not sufficient for the demand and barely enough in October. Historically, we need a buffer stock of at least 200,000 metric tons to 250,000 metric tons to carry us through the lean months at the start of the next crop year. To tide us over in September, we need around 170,000 metric tons based on average monthly demand for the last 3 crop years. Next slide, please. Refined sugar production and demand. This also tells us the 3 crop years on the historical data. Production, the vertical bars refers to the production. The horizontal lines refers to the demand. Production for September to November is not enough for our demand. Thus, we need carryover ending balance of at least 3 months or around 255,000 metric tons with a monthly average of 85,000 metric tons for the last 3 crop years. Sugar requirement until production becomes sufficient. Raw sugar requirement for, next slide please. Sorry. Next slide, please.
Can you wrap it up, Mr. Administrator?
Sugar requirement
3 minutes is almost up.
Sugar requirement until production becomes sufficient. Raw sugar requirement for 1 month of September, is 170,000 metric tons. Refined sugar requirement for 3 months, September to November, is 255,000 metric tons. Minus the balance of 129,000 gives us 125,749, plus the 170,000, that gives us 295,749. Hence, we need to import 300,000 metric tons to supply the demand for September to November. Next slide,
so
please.
you rounded up, Mr. Administrator.
Yeah.
Next slide, please.
Senate
This is
Yes.
important, Mr. Chair. This is very important. Written recommendations of sugarcane industry stakeholders. CONFED, not more than 300,000 metric tons, 150,000 metric tons of raw sugar, and 150 tons of refined sugar. NFSP, 300,000 metric tons, 50% for domestic market, 50% for industrial users. Panay Fed, 300,000 metric tons, 50% for industrial users, 50% for non-industrial users. Luzon Fed and UniFed sent a joint resolution, 300,000 metric tons refined only. Only the following traders: All Asian Countertrade Inc., Amirop Philippines Inc., Sukden Philippines Inc., Edison Lee Marketing Corporation, Oro Aliado Commodities Inc., San Fernando Area Commercial, and Skylar Company. PSMA, 300,000 metric tons, 150,000 metric tons of raw, and 150 tons of refined. PASRI, 200,000 metric tons, whether raw or refined. Decision should be left to the better judgment of parties that will be authorized to import.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. We
Thank
read
you,
that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. May I continue my questions?
Let that remain flash on the screen. Let
Yes.
that remain flash on the screen. The Senate President would add something.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I ask him, when was this report made? What exact date was this report made? These slides you're showing us.
This was a consultation
No, these slides, all this that was made, was it done a few days ago?
No, Mr. Chair.
When was it made? I'm asking the question. Answer the question. Because the stakeholders that you mentioned there, except for Confed, Your Honor, has disputed this. And they went to see the President. And they disputed it. So now my question is, when was this done? Because the position of the SRA 2 weeks ago, when this all blew up in your face, SO number 4, was there was no sugar available. Walang zero sugar. And yet, I will show you, I will point you the slides. Can everybody show the slides of the apprehension of the BOC? Maybe just remind the good SRA administrator, maybe replay the pictures of the toneladang punong mga bodega ng asukal. That is my question, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. I do not know if he's trying to cover his tracks by justifying sugar order number 4, but clearly we have hundreds of thousands of metric tons in bodegas not being utilized. Here, I'm showing it now on screen, Your Honor, Mr. Administrator, for you to see. That's not, hindi bola yan. That is all sugar. Punong bodega. You can't even walk anymore. Of sugar. Coca-Cola, look at that. That is sugar that's supposed to go to you. What were they doing in these container vans? Wasn't that the job of the SRA? To release that sugar for the consumption of the industrial users, and if there's a lack of household consumers, can be reclassified under the instruction of the board. So, obviously, you did not put this in consideration because your initial response, Your Honors, of the SRA, there was no sugar. Until I came out with this internal memo from the SRA that there is exactly, to be exact, 126,000 metric tons as of August 12. There was 126,000 metric tons. And we were looking for it. The answer of the SRA at the time of the leadership is, wala, hindi namin alam yan, kung saan yan. The Executive Secretary, inutos niya yung BOC na yun, inutos niya yung ISAP, inutos niya yung PNP. Hanapin ito. Ayan na po. Nahanap na po. Ano po yan? Is that hoarding? Sinong may kasalanan yan? Bakit hindi nyo pinalabas yan? It's just as simple as that. Because the President is being embarrassed because of the high prices of sugar. The SRA says, there is no sugar. We cannot find any sugar. Here are the bodegas full of sugar. Coca-Cola, these poor guys are no longer selling Coke because they cannot find sugar. There's the sugar. Right there. Why is it being hoarded? Why is it not being released to the public? Why is it being kept under lock and key? That is my point. And that is only sugar order number 3. What protection do we have with sugar order number 4? You bring in 300,000 metric tons, ganun din ang mangyayari doon. Hindi nyo ilalabas. Tataas ang presyo, benta sa publiko. At ang kawawa ang consumer. And of course, since it will flood the market, ang kawawa dyan ang ating mga magsasaka. So, let us go back to SO number 4. My question, Your Honors, and I already established, Your Honor, that hindi siya nakipag-konsulta sa kanyang deputy administrators. He admitted on record today that he kept it a secret so that they can speed up the release of the document. Now, is it true that under SO number 4, you have the sole authority to reclassify from B to C? You. Because in previous SOs, sugar orders, it was the board. Under SO number 4, to just let the gentleman know, what is the reclassification? Very important yan. Pagpasok ng imported sugar, Your Honors, please listen to this very important note. It comes in as C sugar. That is reserved. Hindi po magalaw yan. The board now will decide to make it B, which is domestic, para mailabas yan. The power is vested on the board. Okay? Including the secretary or whoever, the acting secretary, the president. But now, under this very document, it was designated to the administrator himself. Your Honor. Now, is that a correct assumption that under SO number 4, you have the sole power and authority to reclassify the sugar?
If the board would authorize me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, it is written in
Yes.
the SO4. It is clearly written. Don't, let's not mess up the documents. Under number 8.1, Your Honor, for the immediate availability of the sugar in the market, the SRA board delegates the administrator the authority to reclassify imported sea sugar to B. But you know, Your Honors, they're already given a delegated authority. They cannot delegate that authority to you. It's a delegated authority to them. So, this is not present in SO number 3.
In this case, Mr. Chair, this would expedite the availability of sugar for the local market.
Yes. But isn't that a very powerful position to take?
You are not the board.
Oh, one person
You are
alone?
just the mere executor of the board's decision. You arrogated upon yourself the powers of the board.
That would have been up to the board if they would have commented on that particular provision on the draft SO, Mr. Chair.
Ito na nga eh, Your Honor, signed by everybody.
So meaning they did not object to the idea of the draft sugar order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but then the
There is
board
a-
has to clarify this because it's a very important and powerful position to be able to be a sole authority in reclassifying sugar. There's a price difference in all of this, huh? And it's a very powerful position because then all the traders will go to you and pa-reclassify sila kung anong gusto nilang ipa-reclassify. Isang tao lamang, hindi na po yung board ang magdidesisyon nito. Okay, I just want to put that on record. Let us not argue. I want to put on record that in the previous sugar orders, wala ito. Itong sugar order number 4, na unang-una, sikretong pagkagawa, pangalawa, iisa lamang ang magbibigay po ng binigay kapangyarihan para mag-reclassify ng asukal from reserve to domestic use. Very, very important function and of the board was actually given to him, now delegated to him. The other question, Your Honors. Oh, sige.
Cayetano is
Mr. Chairman,
recognized.
Senate
We also
President,
recognize the arrival of
just
Senator Pimentel.
Just on your very, very important point, because I'm still really baffled why someone would sign for the President na hindi namang klaro na pumapayag. So sabi niyo po, sir, pumayag naman yung board na i-delegate sa iyo. So ang tanong ko, simple lang po. Kung iikot mo naman yung resolution at may pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalan ng Pangulo na nakapirma, sinong board ang hihindi?
Yun nga, Your Honor.
So dahil akala mo pwede kang pumirma, akala nung board gusto ng presidente na i-delegate sa iyo. Tama po ba?
Is that a question for me, Mr. Chair?
Doon po sa pumirma, sir, ikaw ba yung pumirma for the president?
I am not, Mr. Chair.
Kayo po. Yeah, kayo po.
Yes. I signed, Your Honor, but I was the last to sign.
You were the last to sign.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, but you made it appear na yun po ang gusto ng Pangulo.
Yes, Your Honor, based on the authority that was given to me last July 15, 2020, and in good faith, Your Honor. And
I'll just clarify this, Mr. SP, dahil nakadugtong talaga sa... Who gave you the authority to sign for the President?
There was a memo issued on July 15, 2022, Your Honor, delegating the authority for me to sit ex officio in the SRA board, Your Honor.
Yes. So, dapat po, you were signing as ex officio, not signing for the President. Magkaiba po yun.
Not for the President, Your Honor, for the Secretary of Agriculture.
Yes,
and
but
Chair.
then, ang nakalagay po dito, His Excellency, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., SRA Board Chairperson, DA Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor.
You signed on top and then you assigned for.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that doesn't give the impression that you can sign
anything for him or your ex officio. That gives the impression na in this case, pinayagan ka ng Pangulo. So you're saying that that authority gave you a carte blanche na kahit ano sa SRA pwede mo ipirma ang pangalan ng Pangulo?
No, Your Honor. I reported actually the approval, Your Honor, the following day, and it was disapproved by the President.
Yes, you sign first, then get approval later on. But you're saying because you had authority to sign. So either you had authority to sign or you did not have authority to sign. And if you had authority to sign as ex officio, you should have signed as ex officio. I'll give you an example. If I'm not a member of this committee and the Senate President made me ex officio member, I will sign as Alang Cayetano, ex officio member. I could indicate that I was appointed by Senate President Zubiri, but I cannot sign Senate President Zubiri for, and then ako yon. Diba? So I'll leave it there, Mr. President, but balikan po natin yan kasi nga, ang inaalala ko, napakasamang president to sa buong gobyerno. So, yung kayang order ngayon na walang pasok ngayon, si Pangulo talaga yon or someone, again, akala niya can sign for the president? You see the problem that this brings. I don't know you, Yusek, and I have nothing against you, but for me, sugar is such a big issue, farmers, pero napakalaking issue din po yung pwedeng pumirma for the president. Pag pumirma ka for the president, ibig sabihin ang Pangulo mismo nagsabi sa iyo na pwede kang pumirma sa pangalan niya. If it's a delegated authority, you should have signed your name and then said that you are allowed to sign. So I'll leave it there. And of course, if you want to respond to that. No?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just have one quick question and one point that I just want to share with everyone. So my next question, Administrator, is, in Sugar Order number 3, there was a performance bond given to the importers. In Sugar Order number 4, there was none. Tinanggal nyo ang performance bond, which is supposed to be one of the mechanisms that will protect from unscrupulous importation. Kasi, correct me if I'm wrong, if they import, I think the performance bond was 500 pesos per bag. Pag nag-import yan para sa industrial user, hindi dumating sa industrial user, di tanggal yung, na-confiscate yung bond na yon. In this case, Sugar Order number 4 has no performance bond. Why is that so, Administrator?
To lessen additional cost for the consumers because retail prices are already very high, Mr. Chair.
But the performance bond, Your Honor, is returned, di ba? It is returned to the importer. It's a bond. Once it's imported, distributed, for example, Coca-Cola, 100,000 is supposed to, let's say, just to give an example, 100,000 metric tons going to go to Coca-Cola. The importer of that 100,000 metric tons will pay the performance bond to SRA. Once it delivers to Coca-Cola, you return the performance bond. So what cost is that to the consumer? But that is a protection on your part that they will not pole vault the sugar, which is what's happening now. They're pole vaulting the sugar.
Under existing rules, Mr. Chair, on the monitoring and inspection of SRA, it's not only the performance bond that the regulations department is looking at, even the movements and everything on these issues,
yes,
Mr.
but
Chair.
Your Honor, I just showed you. You didn't even know. All the pictures that I showed you. Maybe ask to mute. Can we mute first all the other players?
Trying to
Yes.
butt in.
It is so clear as day that even the SRA head does not know about all the sugar that's being stocked up there. So, it would have been better that we would err on the side of caution in terms of government a bond or a government protection whatsoever, so that way may makuha naman tayo, may punishment sila pag hindi nila na-deliver sa desired demand or desired recipients. Your Honor?
In this case, Mr. Chair, the intent was to lessen the additional cost for the consumers because retail prices are already very high. If you will recall, Mr. Chair, the SO4, 300,000, 150,000 of that will go to the industrials. The 150,000 will go to the industrial traders so they can sell it to the consumers
my point,
and to the
Your
household.
Honor, Mr. Chairman, he just has to answer the question. My point is, there is a standard bond given to importers of sugar under the previous SO sugar order. Ngayon po tinanggalan yan. That means those who are maybe not so large importers, maybe smaller importers na walang kapital na ipagbigay ng bond, pwede silang makipasok. Unlike the bigger importers that have a track record, that already delivered to Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, RC-Cola, and all of them, are just one of the players of many. That can happen because there's no longer a performance bond. Diba? Oh, isn't that disadvantageous to the government? That's supposed to be I'm just laying out all the I guess the anomalies that we see in sugar order number 4. Now, it is on record. I just want to put on record again the haste. Allergic na allergic kami dito sa mga mabibilis na transactions. PSDBM, under the last Congress, found out that there were documents that were given same day, 2 days after, approved by the BAC immediately. And these are on record under this committee. We would like to show you that on August 4, they had a meeting in Malacanang to come up with an import plan. Import plan lang ito. Tama po? Hindi nila sinabi, mag-import kayo. Ang sabi nila, come up with a plan. Just correct me, yes or no? It's an import plan. Unless you tell me otherwise, that they told you to import this much. Was it just an import plan?
Yes, to submit as soon as possible an import plan.
Okay. August 4. August 5, nag-email ka na ng draft SO4, import program kay Yusek Sebastian, 1 day after that. Is that correct? Because these are records.
That's correct.
That's correct. So 1 day, import plan pa lang yan. Don't you think the import plan should detail meeting with stakeholders, all the farmers groups, and end users? But I just want to put on record how quick this was done. August 4, import plan. Hindi naman sinasabi na mag-import kayo, magplano lang kung gaano karami. August 5, meron ka ng planong importation order na binigay kay Secretary Sebastian. August 6 and 7 was a weekend. August 8, pina-approve mo through a referendum with the members of the board. Is that correct? August 8.
I asked guidance from Undersecretary Sebastian on August 8 in the morning on how to move forward, seeing the urgency on the matter.
Okay. August 9, Your Honors, I just want to put this on record. Tapos na ang board resolution for SO4. 4 na araw. 4 na araw for such an important document for importation. Don't you think that is highly irregular? It is not common. How long did it take for SO3 to come out?
It was quick, Mr. Chair.
As quick as this?
It was even quicker than this because of the urgency.
SO3?
Yes.
Yes, and that's why you had 2 RTC cases. Because the stakeholders did not know anything about it. And the regional trial courts, and yet you continued with your importation.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there was also consultation. If I remember way back January 20, 2022.
Yes,
we do not do all these things, Mr. Chair, without consultation.
But again,
because,
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I would like to put the groups that went to see the President had said that they were not consulted on this SO number 4. How can you have done the consultation? August 4 kayo nag-meeting. August 5, draft nyo na. Oh, how did you consult within that day? Your Honor.
They submitted documents, written documents, Your Honor.
Well,
and these are
they
all...
are here, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. The stakeholders are there who are willing to be on record to either refute or confirm the gentleman's statement. My point, and that's it. My last point is SO4 for me is highly irregular. As already mentioned by Malacanang, it is illegal. Unfortunately, there is malfeasance, misfeasance, usurpation of authority. I think it is in the realm within the realm of this committee to make the necessary, determination of this. And again, moving forward, I hope and pray that the SRA will do it differently next time. That with due respect to you, Administrator, looking and finishing my statement, I saw the list there. I saw the numbers. You're saying up to November, we need to come up with an importation for November. I beg to disagree because Negros is already harvesting now. You're from Leyte. You're from Leyte. I'm from Negros and Bukidnon. I know for a fact Victorias is already harvesting. La Carlota and several other sugar mills have already started. They're claiming that by end of September, October, there is already sugar in the bodegas to be distributed all over. They're refuting your claim that there will be no sugar until November. So, Your Honors, that is very important that there should be a mechanism that the stakeholders are involved when it comes to importation. Yan po ang pangako namin, pangako ko po yan. This was my promise in the campaign. Alam po ni Senator Estrada yan. We were together on stage together with Senator Padilla and in Uniteam. Uunahin namin, protektahan ang ating sariling mga magsasaka. Ubusin natin ang kanilang produkto bago tayo mag-import sa labas. Yun po, Mr. Chairman. And I hope this committee can act swiftly on this issue. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. We assure you that we will act swiftly with the permission of Senator Padilla. Nahihiya na po ako kay Senator Padilla. 7 oras na dito. Nakiusap po muli si Senator Jinggoy. Isang tanong lang daw siya. Pakatapos si Senator Padilla na. Senator Estrada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the indulgence of Senator Robin Hood Padilla, I would like to ask some questions, propound some questions to the former Administrator Sharafica. So, you are the mastermind of SO number 4?
I endorse that to the Sugar Board.
You
Mr.
were the
Chair.
one who drafted
Yes.
SO number 4.
Yes.
Sumakatwid,
Mr. Chair.
ikaw ang mastermind. Anyway, before you drafted this sugar order number 4, you never consulted any stakeholders, am I right?
We did, Mr. Chair.
How long?
On
And when did you talk with the stakeholders concerned? And who among the stakeholders concerned did you discuss SO number 4?
We met via online, Your Honor, and these are the following stakeholders that were in attendance, and they also wrote the recommendations by way of a written recommendation. Number 1, CONFED.
When was this?
This was conducted online, Mr. Chair.
When?
July 29.
July 29.
Yes.
Okay.
CONFED sent a letter signed by Mr. Raymond Montinola. National Federation of Sugarcane Planters, signed by its president, Enrique Rojas. PANAIFED, signed by its president, Danilo Abilita.
Wait, how many stakeholders are there in the sugar industry?
There are 5 federations, Mr. Chair, 2 millers and 1 refiner.
How many consult?
Almost all of them, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Mr. Chair, if we may, later after the good gentleman speaks on that, we ask also the stakeholders online. I saw Unifed head Lamata, and also that we can be clarified.
Yes,
it's not coming only from the
Yes,
voice of the
yes.
gentleman.
If they're virtually present.
Maybe we can ask them if they were consulted.
The gentleman can finish his question.
Okay. Can we ask him first if he was consulted?
Mr. Lamata, can you hear us, sir? You are
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The question of Senator Estrada is that were you consulted as alleged by the administrator here?
Good afternoon, Senator Tolentino. We were made to believe po that the President ordered the importation of 300, they wanted the importation of 300,000 metric tons because it was a national emergency. So we signed because who are we to question the wisdom of the President? But we signed all refined. What happened po when SO4 was made, half was raw or brown, half was refined. We never signed for that, Your Honors. We can never allow brown sugar to be imported because Negros is already milling. If that comes down to Negros, patay ang mga planters namin po. Bagsak ang presyo. We will never allow that. At yung
Ayan.
SO4, ang SO4 po, daming anomaly. Yung isa po, if I may get my notes.
Before you proceed, Mr. Lamata, the Senate President or Senator Estrada would like
So
to...
they were made to believe that it was upon the instructions of the president.
That is correct po. That's SO3 and SO4, both. We were made to believe that the president wanted the importation.
But there was
po.
no real shortage of sugar. Am I correct?
Eh, yun na nga po, ito siya, si Mr. Serapica, wakwak na wala na daw asukal, wala naman siya nagpa-survey. Ilang beses na po, I wrote him 4 or 5 times. You make a national survey. That is the job of the SRA, which was done in past administrations. How can he have a justification of
Mr.
numbers?
Lamata, can you please refrain
thank
from
you,
continuing?
Mr.
You're in a committee hearing. You refrain from using language that will offend the senses of this committee, wak-wak, etc., etc. Say it in a direct Webster English. Mr. Lamata. What do you mean by wak-wak?
Pasensya na po.
Go ahead. But we understand you.
Thank you po. Mr. Serapica has been giving us numbers when he has never made a survey of any mill or any bodega. In the past administrations po, the galang senators, SRA used to make 3 surveys in 1 year, before the start of milling, middle of milling, and after milling. Then you can make an exact data how much is required by the country and the consumption to import or not to import. Ito siya po, never has he made a survey. So how can he say and justify that there is a shortage? When you go po to the palengkes, there is sugar. Yun lang, sobrang mahal. And we do not agree with that price neither because all our sugars po is being bought by the traders from us at Millgate at 40 pesos po per kilo. And we do not agree to be that the sugar is being sold in the palengkes at 100. Sobra-sobra na yan po.
Thank you, Mr. Lamata. Mr. Serafica, before you drafted this SO number 4, you never inspected any warehouses, you never surveyed any warehouses of sugar?
That is a regular activity of the Regulations Department to monitor movements of sugar, Mr. Chair. And I would like to request the committee to answer on the survey being undertaken by the SRA. Deputy Administrator Tihida is here to make this clear to the committee, because there are internal procedure of SRA, Mr. Chair.
Well, wait, okay. According to the Senate President, you did this in haste, okay? Why can't you wait for the approval of the President, who is concurrently the Acting Secretary of the Department of Agriculture?
Your Honor, it was not done in haste. It was submitted to the board for referendum, and I voted first.
So you are refuting the statements made by the Senate President?
I am just stating facts, Your Honor. That was what happened. After me, former board member Beltran manifested his vote. And the following day, former board member Valderrama casted his vote as well.
May I just make a really quick manifestation? I had the chance to speak with former board member Beltran, and he was told me, because he's from Bukidnon, and he told me, Sen Migz, I was made to believe that the president insisted on this importation. Same as the sugar federations. Somebody's mouthing out saying that it is the president who wants this.
That was the reason they signed this. Am I correct? Because they were made to believe that it was the instruction by the president himself. But anyway, We have received information that you have already sold or allotted to some notorious applicants a sugar allocation even before the issuance of SO number 4. How true is this?
That's not true, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
That's not true.
How long have
I
you
will
been,
swear to that.
How long have you been working with the SRA?
I was appointed by former President Duterte as board member way
When?
back 2016. And when the administratorship's office was vacated by the former administrator, I was appointed on September 2017 as administrator by former President Duterte.
Okay. My last question. Is your authority given by the board to convert Class C sugar to Class B sugar been approved by the President as the DA Secretary?
Sorry, again, your question, Mr. Chair.
Is your authority given by the board to convert Class C sugar to Class B sugar has been approved by the President or as the current Secretary of the Department of Agriculture?
It was approved through the referendum, Your Honor.
But by the President or by the Secretary of the DA?
It was signed by the three of us.
I am asking you, the President, did he give you authority?
The President does not give me authority, Your Honor.
Or has it been approved by the President?
It is the majority of the members of the board that cast their vote.
As the DA Secretary, has it been approved by the President?
Is that question directed to me, Mr. Chair? Or
Directed to you. Ang tanong ni Senator Estrada, the President being the concurrent DA Secretary.
Undersecretary Sebastian signed for that approval, Mr. Chair.
Ang tinatanong ko po kung ang Presidente bilang kalihim ng Department of Agriculture, kung inaprubahan ba niya yung pag-convert ng Class C sugar to Class B sugar.
Napirmahan po ni Yusek Sebastian, so I would assume aprobado po yun ni Presidente.
Ang tanong po ni Senator Estrada ganito, yung pagbibigay sa inyo ng kapangyarihan to act as the SRA board itself, you solely would be violative of Republic Act 10659, the SIDA law of 2015, and glaringly Section 4 of Executive Order number 18, referring to the corporate powers of the board. Because you cannot function as the entire board. You are just the administrator of the SRA. Yun siguro yung tinatanong ni Senator Estrada. Has this been validated through an action coming from the current DA Secretary? So wala. Wala po yun. Kahit anong pa ligoy-ligoy natin, wala po yun. Senator Estrada, I think...
yes, I have only promised around 2 to 3 questions. I yield the floor to Senator Padilla. But I reserve my right to propound questions in the next hearing.
Senator Padilla, you have the floor. You've been waiting patiently for 7 hours.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Gusto ko lamang pong batiin yung ating mga bisita. Ako po'y hanga sa pag-resign ninyo sapagkat bihira po yan sa gobyerno natin kapag may ganitong usapin. Ayaw mag-resign, nakakapit tuko. Pero kayo po ay nag-resign. Ngayon, ang hindi ko lamang po maintindihan kasi kanina pa po ako, sabi nga po ng ating chairman, kanina pa po ako nakikinig, parang tuwing may babato, nakasangga po kayo eh. Talagang matindi ang pagsangga. Para po sa akin, sa binabasa ko po rito, sapat na yung sinabi ng ating press secretary na sinabi po niya na, ito po basahin ko po The chairman of the Sugar Regulatory Board is President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. As such chairman, he sets the date of any meetings and convening of the Sugar Regulatory Board and its agenda. No such meeting was authorized by the President, nor such a resolution likewise was not authorized. Ngayon, dito naman po sa sumunod, sinabi po dito na tinatanggap po ni Sir Sebastian ang responsibility. Ang una ko pong tanong, nararamdaman niyo naman po siguro yung bigat ngayon ng sitwasyon. Hindi po ba nababago yung inyong sinabi? Yun po ba pangahawakan pa rin po namin na kayo po ang tumatanggap ng responsibilidad na ito? Kung ano man, kung saan man po mapunta ito, kung dalhin man po ito sa kaso, at ito po ay makarating sa judiciary, tinatanggap niyo po.
Mr. Chair, I resigned for delicadeza and to spare the President from these issues that may arise. Honor. So I offered to sign.
Apo. Ako po, bilib po ako doon. Saludo po ako doon. Yung pong tanong ko po, handa po kayo lahat ng umani nito. Kasi nakita niyo naman po, ang aking ginoong Pangulo ay talagang pinaglalaban ng ating, alam niyo po kasi, usapin po ito ng magsasaka. Bago po ito napunta sa importasyon, gusto ko din pong liwanagin sa ating mga kababayan, ang inyo pong opisina ay hindi lamang po patungkol sa importasyon. Kayo din po ay nasa eksportasyon. Hindi lang natin magawa yan. Sapagkat hindi ko po din malaman kung bakit. Ito pong importasyon nito, hindi po ito yung mandato lang lamang ninyo. Kailangan po ito maintindihan din ng mga kababayan natin. No po? Ang gusto ko po lang marinig, handa po ba niyong tanggapin lahat ito, Ginoong Sebastian? Na kayo po ang haharap sa korte, kayo po ang magbubuhat nito.
Your Honor, I am accountable and responsible for my actions, Your Honor.
Opo yan. Tatanggapin ko po yan na opo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Maraming salamat po. Pwede pa po bang isa pang tanong? Pwede pa po ba? Tapos na po ba yung 5 minuto ko? Okay.
Senator Padilla, since you waited for 7 hours, we are now giving you 7 minutes.
Ayun, maraming salamat po. Yung sundan ko lang po yung sinabi ng ating ginoong Pangulo. Ayon po sa datos na nabanggit ni Senate President sa kanyang privilege speech, ang mga magsasaka po at manggagawa sa sugar industry ang isa sa pinakamahirap sa lipunan. Sila ay kumikita lamang ng 30,000 kada buwan, 2,500. At kada taon po yun, yung 30,000. 2,500 kada buwan o 82 pesos kada araw. Tama po ba na kasama po sa mandato po ninyo ang pangangalaga sa mga magsasaka sa usapin ng sugar, sa asukal?
That for me, Your Honor, or for SRA?
Para po sa inyo po yan. Sa inyo po lahat. Sa lahat po ng nasa SRA, dahil ang pagkakaalam ko po, ang SRA po ay kasama po ninyo ang paglinang ng sugar industry sa bansa. Katunayan, dito po sa inyong GAA, nakalagay po dito, may budget po ang SRA na 712 million para sa mga sumusunod. Construction of farm-to-mill roads, Black Farm Program, Socialized Credit, Scholarship. Ito po ba naisasagawa po ng inyong opisina? Kasi natandaan po ninyo, ang linaw po ng sinabi ng Ginoong Pangulo, ang pinoproteksyonan po niya dito, una sa lahat, yung ating magsasaka. Gusto ko lamang pong malaman kung saan po napunta itong 712 million. 300, ito po, hati-hatiin ko. Sa construction po ng farm to mill, 356 million. Black Farm Program, 213 million. Socialized Credit, 106 million. Scholarship, 35 million. Sino po ang pwedeng sumagot po sa inyo? Kung saan, ano po nangyari dito sa mga ito? Ito po ba'y na-implement? Ito po ba'y napakinabangan ng ating mga magsasaka?
Your Honor, some of those projects are ongoing.
Pag sinabi niyo pong ongoing, meron po ba kayong pwedeng ipakita sa amin na datos nito?
Your Honor, at this point na wala na po ako sa SRA, pwede po siguro kung humingi
Pero panahon po ninyo to, sir.
Yes po. So para sa update lang po, Your Honor, kung matulungan po ng committee para ma-direct yung management ng SRA para ma-update yung sinasabi mo po na 712 million kung ano ang breakdown at saka ano na po ang status
Meron
po.
po bang output? Ano po ang output nito? Meron po bang nadagdag na pwede tayong anihin?
Ito lahat.
Kasi ang pag-budget po ang pinag-usapan, sir. Kailangan may output po, di ba po?
Tama po. So, hindi ko lang ma-preempt yung report, official report ng SRA.
Masasabi po natin na medyo wala pong output sapagkat nag-i-import po tayo.
Hindi naman po. Kasi ito ay, these are the lima po to na programa under SIDA Law 10659. Ang kalahati po ng budget nito ay pupunta po sa FMR. Ibig sabihin, yung kalsada po. Yung 15% pupunta po sa Black Farm. Ito po yung centerpiece ng SIDA Law, yung Black
Meron
Farms.
po bang nagawang kalsada?
Marami na po. Marami na po. Habang-haba na po ang naparatingan ng SIDA Law. Yan ang malaking tulong ni Senator Villar po at saka ni Senate President Zubiri dito sa sugar industry po.
Noong nakaraang 2 taon po, meron pong mga ulat ang Commission on Audit tungkol sa mga unliquidated amount at account receivables para sa pagbili ng mga tractor-driven sugarcane harvester, cutter para sa mga sugarcane farmers. Maaari po bang malaman kung ito po ba ay natapos itong mga programa na ito at yung mga biniling kagamitan po ba ay naipamahagi sa mga benepisyonaryo?
Your Honor, minabuti ko po yung panahon ng pandemic hanggang December 2021 na itapos na po yung procurement sa PITC. So itong 5 months ng 2022, naubos na po pag-deliver ang lahat po ng mga makinaryas para po sa magsasaka.
Nabanggit po yung PITC. Ano pong ibig niyo pong sabihin? Itinan-over niyo sa kanila?
Hindi po. Ang nangyari kasi, Your Honor, nung 2019...
220 po ito?
Yeah, 2019 po kasi inapprove po ng board na ipamahagi sa PITC ang procurement po ng machine.
Sila po ang bibili?
Sila ang magbibidding, tapos sila po ang magbayad kung sino man ang mananalo, tapos yung suppliers po ang
Kaya madaling salita, nakarating po?
Nakarating na po. Yun ang nga sinabi ko sa inyo na hanggang Hunyo po itong taon na to, natapos po ang delivery.
Lahat po ito?
Lahat po.
Ibig pong sabihin, itong sinabi ng Commission on Audit, hindi na po natin ito papansinin?
Siguro po, mas maganda po para galing opisyal na komunikasyon po ng SRA para po opisyal din po nga talagang wala na yung issue sa COA po para
Senator Villar trying to
Yes,
interject with the permission of Senator Padilla. Yes, after the questioning of Senator Padilla, we will recognize Senator Villar.
Okay.
Sorry po, Ma'am Senator Villar. Sorry po. Chairman, sorry po. Tapusin ko lang po. Masasabi po natin na babaliwala ko na po ito. Itong Commission on Audit na ito.
Again, siguro mas maganda nga mayroong bagong update from SRA para po yun ang official kasi ito ngayon hindi na ako connected sa SRA, mahirap. So ayaw kong i-preempt ano yung official nga sulat na maipadala po sa committee.
Po. Gusto ko lamang po din ipaalala sa kung sino man po ang nakaupo dyan sa SRA na ang mandato po ninyo, unahin po natin ang katulad po ng sinabi ng Ginoong Pangulo, yung pong kapakanan ng ating magsasaka. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Next to question, I see the hand of, it's either the minority leader or Senator Cayetano. Senator Villar, I'm sorry. A quick manifestation coming from the co-chair. Senator Villar is recognized.
I just want to clarify to Mr. Serafica na hindi ba yung PITC, pinaimbestigahan na natin yan. Kasi ginagawa nila yung parking lot ng kanilang mga budget, tapos hindi naman nila ini-implement. So, di ba nag-investigate tayo ostensibly sa PITC? Nagtataka lang ako why ang SRA, dadalhin nila ang pera sa PITC at ba't hindi sila mag-implement ng project? Ano ba meron dyan sa PITC na tuwan-tuwa silang dadalhin dyan ng lahat ng pera ng gobyerno? I just want Mr. Serafica to answer that.
Mr. Serafica, please answer.
During that time, Your Honor, I objected to the idea of SRA having a memorandum of agreement to PITC. I was outvoted then during that time, and hence it was transferred to PITC. And that was almost 600 million, Your Honor. But itong procurement...
I cannot believe that na ia-outvote ka ng mga ano mo. Sino? Tatlo lang kayo, di ba?
Yes, tatlo lang po kami.
Kayo, and kilala ko yung tatlo na yun. Hindi mo naman binibigyan ng say yun eh. Reklamo nga na reklamo yun eh.
During that time...
Talaga namang nag-underspending na kayo eh. 2 billion ang inilagay sa batas eh. Hindi nyo ini-spend eh. Tapos ano mag-i-spend kayo, dadalhin nyo pa sa PITC na known na inimbestigahan niya kasi meron ginagawang parking lot yan ng mga pera nyo na hindi nyo naman ini-implement, hindi lang ikaw, katakot-takot na agency ng government, and then, bakit nyo dinadala dyan? Hindi nyo implement, ano yan, kumikita kayo sa interest ng pera habang hindi nyo ini-implement, bakit hindi nyo implement sa sarili nyo yung mga project nyo?
After what happened with PITC, Your Honor, all the procurement were all undertaken by SRA BAC and RBAC offices,
Alam mo, Iho,
Your Honor.
Nag-file ako ng resolution 2018, 2019 dahil noong from 2016 na nagbigay kami ng budget sa inyong 2 billion. Hindi nyo naman itinutulong sa mga farmer eh. Lahat eh, underspending eh. Kaya binagsak ng DBM yung budget nyo eh. Hindi nyo naman tinutulungan ng farmer. Parang ang ginagawa nyo lang, interesado kayo sa ano tawag dito, importation. Hindi nyo ginagawa yung trabaho nyo, natulungan nyo, i-develop ang ating mga farmers para nang sa ganon, ma-produce nila yung sugar at a lower price, at a bigger quantity, like giving them machine, giving them financial assistance, developing the black farm. Puro hindi nyo ginawa yun eh. And minsan lang kayong tutulong, dinala nyo pa sa PITC. Is this the way you're going to do your job? And then ngayon pag importation, excited kayo. So, tama nga sinasabi nila na kayo Department of Importation, hindi kayo developmental, yung Department of Agriculture. Yun lang po. I want to make that manifestation.
We take note of that, Senator Villar.
Mr. Chair.
You may not reply, Administrator Serafica, because we will have another round next week. I am serving notice that we will be inviting you next week. I'm sure you will be here, just as you volunteered to be here, despite your the circumstances surrounding your late arrival. So we'll be inviting you. You did not answer,
Mr. Chair,
Senator
quick manifestation.
This will be the order. So to finalize this, because we have to convene the plenary as per the directive of Senator Zubiri, the quick manifestation of Senator De La Rosa, the 5-minute questioning of Senator Cayetano based on the order of arrival, and the minority leader will be given the chance to ask questions likewise. Thereafter, we will suspend. The other resource persons not questioned, I know how important your time is. We will be asking you next week. We all know that you have volunteered to be here in the interest of the nation's farmers as well as the sugar industry. We hope to see you again. Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to move that PITC will be invited in the succeeding hearing, Mr. Chair. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Without objection. The Secretary is directed to invite PITC as well as the Bureau of Customs, as requested by Senator Tulfo a while ago. Senator Cayetano is recognized for his 5-minute
Thank you.
questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we will give up our reservation of the plenary next week so that you can continue there, given the interest on this issue. And given it's so important, I hope Yusek Sebastian and Administrator Serafica realizes, hindi to simpleng bagay lang eh. I mean, hindi lang yung industriya ang nayugyug dito, no? Ang consumers natin, buong Pilipinas, no? Hirap na sa COVID, hirap na sa pagtaas ng presyo, tapos nabulaga dito sa asukal. So, first question lang, kasi I want to pursue the point na there seems to be a recurring theme that someone or some people gave the impression that the President wants this. Meron po bang board member o USEC na Marites ang pangalan sa SRA?
Yes. Anybody from SRA? Yusek? Mr. Serafica.
May I have your question again, Your Honor?
Meron po bang board member o opisyalis na Marites sa inyo?
Sa SRA, I do not know anyone of Marites na member ng board.
Sa DA po, may USEC ba o ASEC na Marites?
None, Your Honor.
Eh bakit kumalat yung chismis na gusto to ng presidente? Sino ang Marites sa inyo? May we ask, Mr. President, I don't want to put the industry in hot water, no? But grabe na pinagdadaanan nila. Nasabi po nung presidente nila kanina, Mr. Chairman, na they were given the impression. Can I ask him lang, anong circumstance? When they were called, sinabi ba na gusto ni presidente to or what? Let's get to the bottom of that because it's not only one or two people who have said here in this hearing na nagkakaroon ng impression na gusto ng presidente kaya sumunod na lang yung iba.
Are you referring that question to Mr. Serafica or to Mr. Lamata? Mr. Lamata, are you still there? Virtually?
Yes po,
Sir,
Mr. Senator.
you heard the question? You can reply.
Yes po.
Sir, how did you get that impression, sir?
Well, we were told by SRA individuals, all our members, we were told that this is a national emergency because of the high prices on retail. We are there. The president therefore ordered that 300,000 metric tons should be imported to the country ASAP without further ado. And who are we to question the wisdom of the president? So we signed. And we send in our resolution that we are agreeable for 300,000 refined. What came out in the SO4, Mr. Senator, kakalahati, 150 raw, 150 refined. Yung raw po, it will come on November and we are already milling. Patay yung industry yan, Mr. Senator. Sinong kikinabang dyan? 3 or 4 lang na may mga refineries. Sila lang po ang kikinabang dyan. Patay ang buong planters and the consumers will still be problematic. So, mali yun.
So, sir, when you said people from SRA, this is more than one person, no?
Yes po. Kasi pinakalat nila sa lahat na these are orders of the president. Yes. So yun po, yung SO3 and SO4, the same. Orders of the president.
Do you recall one or two of the highest position who said the same thing? For example, sir, did Administrator Serafica, was he one of those o hindi po?
Yes po. Kasi he talks to his friendly federations. Nag-uusap-usap sila. Eh yung mga friendly federations po, may mga connection din sa amin mga federasyon. So yun, talk of the town na yan po.
Okay. So last question, sir.
Sa kanya.
So nung nakita nyo yung order number 4 at nakapirma for the President, it bolstered your, or it affirmed your, the talk, no, na gusto ng Presidente to. Kasi it was signed for President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Tama po ba?
Tama po, sir. Tama po. But
Okay.
we were shocked to believe
Yes.
na illegal pala.
Yes. So going back, Administrator, have you been telling people na gusto ng Presidente to?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I never said those. What we discussed during the stakeholders meeting were numbers, were data coming from the SRA.
Okay.
And the shortfall of
Yes.
the raw and refined sugar.
Sige po. That's
Thank
why
you.
I'm giving a chance to answer that. But if we go deeper, marami naman taong involved dito. As the Senate President said, isang SRA member mismo, yun din ang sinabi, that he was given the impression. No? So before I go back to the signature, kanina po sir sabi nyo, kaya tinanggal yung performance bond para to lessen the burden on the consumers. How will it lessen the burden on the consumers? At hindi naman po ang consumers ang nagbabayad ng performance bond. Hindi naman po bababa ang presyo at hindi rin naman po babagal yung importation, hindi po ba?
Your Honor, siyempre ipapatong nila yon sa cost nila ng sugar nila pagdating ng puerto. At saka, siyempre...
Sir, bakit nila ipapatong, hindi naman po to expense? Pagka na-perform, makukuha nila pabalik, hindi po ba?
Yes po.
So, kaya nga may SRA para sabihin din sa kanila kung anong pwede nilang ipatong at hindi po ba? Binabantayan nyo rin po yung presyo, hindi po ba? Is that correct?
We just monitor prices, Your Honor.
Yes, but part of monitoring, it is not a passive monitoring. No, it's like in the Bible when you say you wait on the Lord, you wait on Jesus. That's hupomeno, diba? That's actively waiting for them. When you monitor, it's not just for the sake to say, oy, 80 pesos na pala, 90 pesos. It's also para mag-comment kayo kung unjustified yung taas ng presyo, hindi po ba?
Tama po.
So,
Your Honor.
meaning there is no reason to remove the performance bond because it should not have been added to the price anyway. Kung sasabihin nyo, sir, may tinanggal kayong tax, may tinanggal kayong fee, may tinanggal kayong, let's say, kailangan ilagay sa warehouse yan ng isang araw, di ba? Yung mga yan, mababawasan talaga presyo. Pero ang performance bond, pag tinanggal mo, wala dapat epekto sa presyo yan.
More often than not, in this case, that retail prices are already very high, Your Honor. We anticipate that the traders will really take advantage of the situation, Your Honor.
Well, let's leave it there, no? Because we can all give our reasons, but this is the first time I heard na ang performance bond would add a cost, no? So next, sir, ang sabi po sa inyo, dinelegate sa inyo ng
Senator
board.
Cayetano that
Yes.
Senator Coco Pimentel is
I'll
waiting
close with
likewise.
this.
And
I
we will
apologize
have
to my
we will have
colleague.
a plenary.
Sige po.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Sabi niyo po, kaya dinelegate sa inyo ang reclassification kasi kailangan mabilis kumilos. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Okay. 3 araw lang naman kumilos yung board eh. So, gaano kabilis pa gusto nung board kumilos ka? 1 minuto, 5 minuto? Usually, dinedelegate yan, halimbawa, ng board of, ng isang kumpanya sa CEO, kung tingin nila, every quarter pa kasi magme-meeting ang board, or every month yung board, that's why. But even then, they don't usually delegate it to the CEO, they delegate it to a executive committee. So, hindi ko po maintindihan bakit po ibibigay sa inyo kung mabilis naman ang board nyo.
Only on extremely urgent situation like in this case that we are in a shortage of sugar and very
Sir,
extremely high price.
Sir, wala na akong time so tatanungin ko lang, wala kayong Viber o WhatsApp?
The gentleman suspend.
So, hindi kayo pwedeng may Viber group sa board pag urgent at i-approve pa rin ng board? So, anyway, I'll leave it there, Mr. Chair, because nga we have 2 colleagues na nandito pa, but
Yes.
may also reserve some time later on, and we'll look deeper into it. My concern, Mr. Chair, is that we have hundreds of GOCCs, and they are watching this. And sa good practices nila, walang problema. Pero sa practices ng ganito, napakahirap po. Baka maubos oras natin sa kakaimbestiga. So thank you to the gentleman for answering the question.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Senator Cayetano just reminded me, Committee Secretary, that you have to invite likewise the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel for the next hearing. We recognize the arrival of Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Coco Pimentel, the Minority Leader, you have 5 minutes before we suspend, and thereafter we will proceed to the plenary. Senator Pimentel, you have the floor.
I'm ready to give way to the lady senator if she want to ask questions.
Yes, I think many of the points have already been expounded quite thoroughly. I'd just like to request that in the following hearing, the new officials of the SRA please be present so that we know what the steps are moving forward. Thank you, Senator Pimentel and Chairman.
The committee secretary is likewise directed to invite the newly appointed members of the SRA board. Senator Pimentel, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Naging controversial po itong ating sugar order number 4 because yung iba, yung lack of authority, iba alisin natin yun, but even yung sa quantity of the sugar that the board wanted to allow to be imported, 300,000 metric tons. And now, tell me if what I've read is correct, that the President has allowed the importation of 150,000 metric tons. Is that correct, as far as you know, Administrator Serafica?
I do not know, Your Honor.
So saan ko nabasa yun? Yusek Sebastian, nabasa mo ba yun? O nabalitaan mo?
Yes, Your Honor, that is in the news that the President is proposing 150,000 metric tons for importation.
Ang gusto kong sabihin, so the decision of the... Ilang kayong tao nun who signed SO4? Tatlo lang ba kayo?
We are 3, Your Honor.
You're 4.
4,
You're
including...
You're actually 4 because
Yes.
Yusek Sebastian signed on behalf of the President. So, in effect, the basic decision to import sugar has been confirmed by the President in his decision to import sugar. Correct or not correct? Yusek or an admin, sino pong kayo? Any of the 4 who signed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct, di ba? Except that yung SO4 ninyo could be criticized for allowing too much importation. Ganun lang. So, ang tanong ko, aside from the authority, sawag na muna yung lack of authority kasi may mga memo circular yan, a-analyze pa natin yan. Kaya tanong ko sa inyo, matagal na kayong nasa SRA admin na 2016. You said, how about the others? Si Beltran, Attorney Beltran, matagal na rin po ba as far as you know?
2016.
2016. How about Mr. Valderrama as far as you know?
Recently, he was appointed August 2 only.
August 2. Okay, but definitely you have some expertise on sugar matters. How about you, Yusek Sebastian? You're just the representative of the President in the SRA. But are you familiar or can be considered an expert on sugar matters?
No, Your Honor. I'm
No,
not an expert
okay.
on sugar
So ito si Admin Serafica. Kayo po ang ano dito. What led you to that number? The 300,000 metric tons.
Your Honor, these are based on data. The SRA is the repository of all records of the production of all mills and refineries. On a weekly basis, they are transmitted to the SRA by way of SMS. And these are collated also on a weekly basis. And from there, we can do projections on what happens on every particular issue. And in this case, Your Honor, the shortage, we are just even putting it on the minimal based on the 3-year average monthly demand of the raw sugar at 170,000 metric tons. Now, with regards to the refined sugar, taking into consideration the balances for SO3, it will come out almost just 100 something, that will total to 300,000 metric tons. That is just to walk us through for 3 months based on at 85,000 metric tons per month consumption on refined sugar.
So you do not plan it as up to December 31 of a calendar year? Hindi pa yon. So hindi pa ending, sa mata ninyo, hindi pa pala ending yung SO4, pwede pa magkaroon ng SO5.
Yes, most
Sa
likely
mata
because
ninyo.
we base our data, like
Okay.
for example, sugarcane farming or plantation, Your Honor, is very dependent on climate. In fact, Bukidnon is always our balancing factor, but this time around, because of the cloud cover in Bukidnon, there was not much solar radiation to the sugarcane fields. That's why this time also, the production in Bukidnon is also lower than expected.
Okay, so you use data. Ngayon, the recent decision of the President himself to authorize the importation of 150,000 metric tons. Hindi ko pala alam ang detail niyan kung refined sugar yon or raw sugar yon or what kind of sugar yon. What data? Now, what data do you think supported this new figure, lesser figure of 150,000 metric tons?
With due respect to the President, Your Honor, I have no idea.
Yusek, what do you think? Where did the President get his data, or where did his advisors get their data to come up with a different? Pero yung decision to import, pareho kayo eh. Confirm eh, but sa quantity lang po tayo nagkaiba, kalahati. So ang gusto ko sabihin, had you decided in SO4 to import 150,000 metric tons, baka walang issue. Kasi after the issue, ang decision is to import 150,000 metric tons. Well, where do you think that figure came from?
I have no personal
No theories, 150,000 metric tons. So, who do you think should be invited in the next hearing so that we can? Kasi ganito ang point ko, I want to go through your decision-making process, what's going on in your mind. And then ito rin, the President in coming up with the decision, what went through his mind? Because baka meron tayong data dyan na unreliable na po. Maybe bloated. Baka bloated po yung ating... How do you compute, sir, the demand for sugar, for the different kinds of sugar in the domestic market? How is that computed?
Actually, sir, putting it simply, this is the data.
Go. But just to remind the gentleman, agreed upon and without objection on the part of this committee hearing is hereby suspended. Thank you.
Recording has stopped.